good morning from Drif&Go in Siauliai in Lithuania for the opening round of the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. We're also coinciding this with the third round of the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge. Welcome along, everybody, to the official live stream, and thank you for joining us. And we're also live here at the circuit. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, your commentator for this event. 12 months ago, I ventured to this part of the world and really had my eyes open, but we're back here with a bang. Here for 2024, over 150 drivers in competition and the road to Sarno for this year's running of what will be the 25th anniversary of the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, heading to Sarno in Italy between the 19th and the 26th of October. Starts right here, right now. This circuit is anti-clockwise. Pole position will be on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight, 1,130 meters. And in terms of its width, it will be 10 meters at the maximum, especially down the start-finish straight. 12 corners in all, 8 to the left, 4 to the right. And what's more, we have a bumper grid for this opening round. Out of 3 for the Nordic Challenge, which will head to Arvete in Estonia in the last weekend of July, the 26th to the 27th. And then Baciunai at the 333 Baltic Circuit will host the third and final round on the 16th and the 18th, 16th and 17th of August. There will be a grand finals ticket up for grabs, one in each of the mainstay Rotax classes, so micro, mini, junior, senior, DD2 and DD2 Masters. We're just moments away from timed qualifying. And there are going to be quite a few sessions to get through, of course, along with the traditional standout groups from the Rotax racing family. We also have the Nano and the baby classes that will also be heading out onto the track this weekend. Of course, yesterday, free practice was meant that there was a lot of activity on the circuit. We did have quite a significant downpour towards the tail end of yesterday's running out on circuit, around about 4 o'clock local time here in Siauliai. But a big thank you to all the teams, all the drivers, all the families that have made their way here. There was an amendment to the timetable last night after discussions with the senior Rotax competitors. They will be going in 2 different groups, and they were selected by random electronic lottery. So what will happen is that the total combined qualifying results will mean that whichever group is fastest, whether it's Group 1 or Group 2, if that driver is fastest in that group and is fastest overall, then that driver will be on pole position for the 2 respective finals. Of course, with regards to the format here, for those that might remember what happened last year, 12 months ago, the scores from the 2 finals will then comprise the grid for the Superfinal later on. They will be starting at around about 3:45 p.m. Once again, it's great to see so many familiar faces, but also newcomers that have decided to jump onto the on the bandwagon, so to speak. So we have got representation from the Baltic states, so Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia. We've also got Georgia, Finland, even the United Kingdom have also got a few drivers out here as well. So great to see that there are some drivers that normally in a traditional British name sense may not be what you would find in the United Kingdom. But the first qualifying session coming up very shortly will be our Micromax drivers, 19 in total. So the 30-second board has gone out. Drivers are eagerly ready to get out onto this 1,130 meter circuit. They've got 30 seconds to get out. Seniors, it's going to be slightly different. Green flag waves as we're underway for time qualifying. Micromax heads out onto the circuit, and they are rapidly making their way out onto the track. They've got to be up to full speed coming out of turn number 1, and this is where it's going to be very, very crucial. Big thank you to Edgar's and the team at No Limits who are providing the streaming coverage. Of course, for those at the circuit, there is a chill out zone just to the left-hand side of where I'm actually at, just overlooking turns 10 and 11. As you can see, they're starting to really fan out, but picking up a lot of speed at certain parts of the circuit. First few drivers making their way out of turn 7 into the double left here at turns 8 and 9. Then it's the very technical Turn 10 into a right here at 11. And that familiar sound of the Rotax roar is very much in abundance here in Siauliai. So we might get an indication of our first couple of competitive laps here in time qualifying. Because it's the fact that they cross the stripe over it may not give us a real reflection. So fast-paced when it comes to qualifying. The racing, something very, very different altogether, and that will be very much front and centre over the course of the race day. Just catching the barrel art of Tarasimnikas in the number 88. As some of the drivers now making their way through into turn 10. Now we get a real reflection. Emilis Siauliai is the fastest driver at the moment with a 52.18163. Tarasimnikas and Leonid Zarikov round out the top three at the minute. But now Nicholas Vasquez in the number 24 goes top of the timesheets, 49.72 seconds. Siauliai second. Well, make that third because Oskaras Pitkovas has just got in with a 49.9. Dominic Lepp, the number 44, representing Estonia, fourth on the timesheets. Eroreike in the number 39 is fifth at the minute, but the times will increase in terms of speed as the track evolves with the Mojo tyres really putting some purchase on the circuit. Evert Reinianen on YouTube chat says hello. Welcome along, as well as the people that are watching, over 50 people so far watching on the YouTube channel. But Vasquez, again, going quickest. 19 drivers covered by 2.6 seconds. And the times are changing all the way. Theo Steindal in the number 33, young driver on the Energy Corsa chassis. If I remember correctly, actually, represents Norway. But Vasquez, who had dramas, if you might remember, 12 months ago in the Superfinal, this time is looking to make amends. And his qualifying performance, it is very much showing. 1 minute and 35 on the timer, still to go. And from the mechanics area, there are shouts and waves of encouragement. And again, the times decrease. Vasquez, 49.185, Pitkovas, 49.338, Zimnikas, 49.574, Theo Steindal, 49.609, Dominic Lepp, 49.892. And at the minute, the top 15, rounded out by the number 94 of Jan Wozniak, covered by a mere fraction over a second. Could also make that Martin Slapins in the number 69, who's 17th in this qualifying session, covered by 1.064 seconds. And the qualifying is always a precursor to how the racing will evolve over the course of the race day, especially when we go into the Superfinals later on this afternoon. All the results called by myself on the live stream will be provisional, pending any sporting and technical matters that need to be resolved post-session. But Jokubas Vasquez is the quickest driver out there and is continuing to do so. Coming down to the final 15 seconds in this time qualifying session for these 19 Micromax drivers. Vasquez on the Intrepid chassis in the number 24 is not going to get another lap in because the time is going to count down. Timer strike zero. Checkered flag out for time qualifying. Vasquez is going to be the first one across the line. Stays top of the timesheets. Theo Steindal goes up into P3 on a final push. Pitkovas takes second. Waiting for the last few drivers, some of which are in the under-9 category. So the drivers have all crossed the stripe, and it is Jokubas Vasquez that takes pole position for both final 1 and final 2 later on today. Oskaras Pitkovas second, Theo Steindal, Emilis Siauliai, Tarasimnikas rounds out the top 5 Liras Zarikov, Dominik Lep, Erorekai, Jonas Gelzinis, Jan Wozniak rounds out the top 10, covered by 8 tenths. Oskaras Barkutis, Zolovat Vaikute, Kalis Brensons, Martins Lapins. Then we had Emilis Kapkauskas rounding out the top 15, but Jokubas Vaskelis takes pole position in Micromax. Great job there by the number 24 on the Intrepid chassis. Might hear a little bit of activity in the air as well in the locality here in Siauliai. There is actually a plane flying overhead, but I can't quite make out where it is. I'm sure that the eagle-eyed of the audience watching here at the circuit will be able to try and find out where that plane is, but at least the good thing is there is blue skies up above. So Jokubas Vaskelis takes pole position in the Micromax class. So for those wondering, the running order for time qualifying will be that Nano will be at 10 in just a couple of moments' time, in 2 minutes. Minimax at 10:30, 10:38 will then go into junior Rotax qualifying. Senior Rotax Group 1 will be out at 10:46. Senior Group 2, 10:54. DD2 at 11:02. DD2 Masters at 11:10, and then rounding out the qualifying sessions before we go into racing at 11:30 this morning local time will be the baby class at 11:18. So from Micromax, we head to the Nano class. This is one of the introductory classes here in Lithuania. Of course, this event running in association with the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge, which is now in its 3rd round of the championship. So again, some of the drivers that will feature in the Nordic and Lithuania, possibly even the Latvian challenges as well in the years to come, are in this class. And it's great to see the youngsters getting involved. There's a lot of empathy with grassroots motorsport within the Baltic states. So Jokubas Juozaitis is the fastest driver out at the moment on a 53.403. We also got Timas Taranseka, Daniel Stonis, Vilius Dauras Bakutis and Gabrielis Dagis as the 5 drivers in this class. They've got, oh right, we have got one that has had a spin. Now that was at turn 7, I believe. That might have been Gabrielis Dagis in the number 79 on the Virulart chassis. So one of the beautiful things about the Nano class is the fact that they are, you know, they're learning. This is their first formative steps into grassroots motorsport. Karting is one of the, you know, from my perspective, karting is one of the building blocks of a real racing career. You look at a lot of the current modern day Formula 1 drivers such as Lando Norris, current reigning and defending champion 3 times, that is, Max Verstappen for Oracle Red Bull Racing. Lewis Hamilton started at Rye House back at the tender age of 7, and now he's the most successful driver when it comes to pole positions, race wins, and equals the great Michael Schumacher with 7 Formula 1 world titles to his credit. Of course, Hamilton put the cat amongst the pigeons earlier on this year by saying, I'm leaving Mercedes and switching to Ferrari. Kind of reminiscent of when he moved from McLaren to Mercedes. But in the meantime, Jokubas Juozaitis goes quickest of anybody, 51.026. Timas Taranseka gets to within 0.76 of the number 16 with a 51.785. Daniela Stonis in the number 96, third at the moment with the best effort of a 53.084. Vilius Daros Bakutis, 55.343. And Gabriela Stagis in the number 79, all 5 drivers representing this very nation here in Lithuania. Dagis puts in a 103.135. So their first final, which will take place at 11:44 this morning, will be 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So for the 2 respective finals here in Siauliai, we will have 7 minutes plus an additional lap for Micromax and Nano, 8 minutes plus a lap for Minis, Juniors and Seniors, and DD2 Masters, 9 minutes plus an additional lap, DD2 10 minutes plus an additional lap, and the baby class will be 8 minutes. Then going into the Superfinals, well, the baby class will only be running 2 races, so Final 1 and Final 2. So Micromax, their Super Final will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Minimax 10 minutes plus a lap. Juniors 12 minutes plus a lap. Seniors and Masters 14 minutes plus a lap, and then DD2 15 minutes plus a lap. We're coming into the dying moments of this timed qualifying session. So Jokubas Juozaitis in the number 16 continues to lead the way. And the best lap so far from the youngster from Lithuania, 50.551. So timer now counting down to 0. And that is it. Checkered flag will be out this time as Juozaitis back end stepping out on the right-hand side whilst Juozaitis rotates the kart through turn 10. Checkered is out. Juozaitis on that effort. Waiting for the timing just to update, but Juozaitis takes pole position in the Nano qualifying. Baby and Nano will also just be running the 2 races today. Everyone else will be running 3, including the Superfinals. But Jokubas Juozaitis takes pole position ahead of Timas Stranseka. Daniela Stonis takes third ahead of Vilius Daros Bakutis, and Gabrielas Dagis rounding out the top 5, which there are 5 total drivers. So now the Nano drivers make their way into the Parc Fermé, and scrutineering karts will be weighed. And there will be spot checks through scrutineering. There is the pre-grid for a pretty stacked out field for Minimax. 25 drivers representing Lithuania, Latvia, Finland, the United Kingdom, Estonia, amongst others. One who actually does have a typical British name. Great to catch up with Jack Collinson. Normally runs over in the UK with Sam Pollitt Racing, but is with MRG, proudly recognising his Latvian heritage, which is on his mother's side. Great to catch up with him and his dad Steve yesterday afternoon, and is currently running in the top 10 in the Intermax class in the Motorsport UK British Kart Championships. So quite a few names that I recognise from my travels over with the B&L karting series, the Belgian Max Challenge, Chrono Karting, and also great to see quite a few familiar faces who were competing here last year in Siauliai. So, green flag waves at the end of the double drift for time qualifying here for Minimax. 25 drivers. Pace. Here in this session, temperatures hitting north of 22, 23 degrees at the moment here in the sunshine. Located around about just over 200 kilometers southeast of the capital city of Vilnius. And I have to say once again a big thank you to Martinas Stankiewicz for the invite coming back over to this part of the world. As I said, coming back here 12 months ago, had a very, very open mind and really got to understand the hospitality and the wonderful people from the Baltic states and also those further afield that travel here. So the first lap times coming in, no surprise from GS Racing Club. Initially it was Patrikos Jokius, the 125 from Lithuania, now these days based in France. Every time I see Patrikos trying to fly somewhere, it's normally from Nice Airport. But good to have Patrikos here along with quite a few other drivers. Normantas Arvasavicius is leading the way ahead of Patrikos Jokius. Finland's Ilari Harmonen and Estonia's Nikita Lubimov round out the top four at the moment, covered by just under 3.5 tenths. Also some other recognisable names. I remember Michal Zayak, the young driver from Poland, is also here. Adam Iordaitis, one of the Brits representation, along with Ilya Veliko in the number 124. And Ralph Rakaitis in the 162, all representing the United Kingdom. So great to have a little bit of further representation. Of course, the Nordic Challenge is welcoming to all people that want to drive. You've got a kart, you're an owner driver, whether it be a mum and lad or a dad and lad, it really just goes to show how wide the remit of karting actually goes. And it's great to be here trackside in the open air, first of all, but also along with that, you get a real sense of the atmosphere. But Nikita Lubimov goes top of the timesheets by 1/1000th of a second. No surprise ahead of Marius Mazinas in the 151. The young son of Mikolas Mazinas will be in action later on for DD2 Masters. But 20 drivers covered by just over 2 seconds. Top 12 rounded out by the 126 of Latvia's Alex Menezes, covered by just under 8 tenths, and the pace is only going to ramp up even higher. So Nikita Lubimov still leads the way on a 47.640. Marius Mazinas and Patrikos Jokius round out the top three. Well, that was until Jack Collinson made his presence known in the 191 for MRG Racing. 47.686 for the young driver based out of the northeast of England. So all 25 drivers covered by 2.1 seconds. Slipstream is absolutely crucial, especially coming out of turn number 12. And then down that long start-finish straight, you're full throttle through the left-hand sweeper at turn number 1. As Jack Collinson slotting in behind Marius Mazinas on the start-finish straight. There you see the amount of speed they are carrying. Then it's a heavy braking zone into turn number 2. This is where track position and also the opportunity to be behind those drivers in front really gives you a little bit of an advantage coming into the final few corners, and especially the last technical section. As again, just getting a bit close in terms of proximity to each other. Within turn number 9. Timer strikes 0. Checkered flag will be out this time in the session. Lubimov takes provisional pole by 1/1000th of a second. Head of Marius Mazinas, Jack Collinson. It's his first trip here to Siauliai. Puts it on the inside of the second row. We'll be joined by Patrikas Jokius. Got the 199 of Joris Stankiewicz. But a great job there, as always. Nikita Lubimov running with Bouvin power in his travels in Europe. Got to know him and his dad, Alexander, quite a lot over the past couple of years, and has represented Team Estonia for a multitude of times at the Rotax Grand Finals. With 25 drivers covered by 1.78 seconds as drivers look to improve. I think also Lubimov was trying to improve, but they'd already crossed the stripe, and that was it, done and dusted. Lubimov takes pole ahead of Mazinas, Collinson, Jokius, Stankiewicz, Kakaras, Zayek, Menezes, Harmonen, and Klaus Hans rounds out the top 10 with Mundis, Veliko, Glantins, Pluxner, Saloranta rounding out the top 15. Karsiaukas, Paimre, Franek, Vladimirov, Jauk, Rybczynski et al. Complete their qualifying sessions. So, provisionally your pole sitter for final 1 and final 2 for the Mini-Max class will be Estonia's Nikita Lubimov, running with Talva Racing. Great to see a lot of the teams that also make the trip over to continental Europe, but some do opt to stay locally. So don't forget to get ready to race with kartapad.com. Shop for the best karting gear around here. Nice little shot of a Birolata. Then also they provide all the karting supplies that you need. Oh, another flyover taking place, as we say. But there are 23 junior Rotax drivers getting ready for their qualifying session. Also, I was handed a flyer yesterday, so there's going to be on the 28th and the 29th of June this year, the Latvian Automobile Federation, the historic Baltic Trophy in 2024 for Micro, Mini and Junior. They'll have qualifying heats, finals and super finals. There'll be prizes including new Rotax engines, chronometers, also sets of tyres. So they'll be running Micromax, Minimax, Junior, Retro Sport, M125, CZ125, Open Formula A and Open Formula C. So that is the historic Baltic Trophy taking place in the last weekend of June this year. A flurry of activity out of the dummy grid here in Siauliai, and the first driver out there, well, none other than Tom Speller. Last week was competing with Dan Holland Racing at the second round that marked the halfway point for the B&L karting series. Difficult weekend for the youngster. Managed to pick up P3 in the final just 6 days ago. Got quite a few drivers here at this circuit will definitely want to make their presence known. Tom Strella did have difficulties this time last year. Actually picked up what was a puncture on the right rear tyre in one of the races, but then came back fighting as he always does. But we have representation from Finland, Poland, Lithuania, Georgia, Latvia. Poland also in the representation, and also some drivers moving up into the class for 2024, one of which is Latvia's Adrians Tions, who was very competitive as a Mini-Max driver last season. So, Alisa Stolchamani topping the times at the moment ahead of Tom Strella. Then it's the 2-2-7. Voloisa Sekavicius that rounds out the top three. Gabriels Moises And then the 251 of Hans Markus Nordic do round out the top 5, but that's just changed. 289. Poland's Natan Rybczynski goes to the top of the timesheets by 25 thousandths of a second ahead of Stolchamani. Now Mateko Behidze, the young Georgian, up to first position in the times. 44.974 for the Georgian, 0.2 quicker than Natan Rybczynski. Elisa Stolchamani rounds out the top 3, ahead of Timothy Vladimirov. And then also Mariusz Karsiaukas rounds out the top 5. At 6 is Marcel Rudnicki. And again, the times are changing very, very quickly. Karsiaukas. Then now it's Stolchamani. Behidze rounds out the top 3 ahead of Strele, Rybczynski. Then in 6th place is the 277 of Fernando Paimre from Estonia. Vladimirov rounds out the top 7 ahead of the 269 of Finland's Rasmus Koskinen, who drops to 9th. As Robin Semets from Estonia goes P7. 2 minutes to go. And Elisa Stolchamani, the younger sister of a previous Grand Finals winner, Thomas Stolchamanis, who celebrated a birthday earlier on this week. So, many happy returns, Thomas. And good to see that you're doing Latvia proud in all your endeavours. Top 20, rounded out by the 250 of Gabriels Moises. Were covered by next to, well, I think now, the 268 of Miro Koski from Finland. They're covered by just under a second, and the gaps, top 5 covered by less than a tenth. So drivers might get the opportunity as a little bit of a moment coming out of turn number 10 and into 11. That was for the 287 of Vladimirov. It's now the 269 of Rasmus Koskinen. The Flying Finn is ahead of everybody else. Adrian Tion second. Elisa Stolchamani rounds out the top 3 places. And you can see the intervals between the drivers as we're coming down to the final 35 seconds. So if the drivers cross the line with 30 on, with less than 5 to 10 seconds on the clock, they may still be able to get that initial push lap. But at the minute, Koskinen is the fastest one out there. What does Stolchamani have in the pocket? Well, Stolchamani at 4th at the minute. Top 10 rounded out by Mateko Behidze from Georgia, covered by 2 3/4 tenths. Timer counts down and hits 0. Check it out this time. Drivers will come across the stripe, and we'll see exactly who's where. And still some drivers at full running pace. So, qualifying done in junior Rotax. And what a close session. Rasmus Koskinen. Oh, surprise. Sulima Franek from Poland puts it on P2. Head of Adrian Tions and Elisa Stolchamani. Mariusz Karsiaukas and then Fernando Paimre take P5 and 6 respectively. Tom Strele, Robin Semet, Natan Rybczynski and Mateko Behidze ran at the top 10. Marcel Rudnicki, Aloysius Sekavicius, Timothy Vladimirov, Markus Jauk, Nico Lindholm round out the top 15. Hans Markus Nordic, Gaspar Quisquela, 17th, Gabriels Moises. Oh, who's doing the funky jig in the front of the pre-grid there, I wonder? Well, we are going to... yep, they've definitely heard me. I wonder what beat is actually going on in their head at the moment. But sometimes that does mean that drivers do get themselves steeled and ready through different ways, whether that be limbering up, being one of the last drivers to get into the kart, or maybe even doing a little bit of a jig. And I love the little comment just behind the aim sticker. I have autism, so please be nice. That is really, really good. And a lot of people have given their little stamp on that racing helmet as well, which is great to see. But in that qualifying session, 23 drivers covered by 1.4 seconds. Now we get to the two groups of qualifying for Senior Rotax. So, as per Sporting Regulations 3.3.3, which for this have had bulletin number 4 as an amendment, all Senior Rotax drivers must be out within the first 45 seconds of the qualifying session. No rolling towards the end of that 45 seconds. They all have to be out of the dummy grid, because if so, the red flag will be shown by the marshal, and any driver that does not get out within those 45 seconds will find themselves at the back of the grid for both the final and the two finals. So qualifying when it comes to seniors, fastest group, their driver will be on pole position. The slower group, their leading driver will be on the outside of the front row. 5 minutes for both sessions. And we have a total of 34 senior Rotax drivers here this weekend here in Siauliai. And great to see so many familiar faces. Green flag waves at the end of the dummy grid. And now they've got to be out within those 45 seconds. Now also track position, very, very crucial here in time qualifying. And I think, well, judging by London Row on YouTube saying go Edvardas Funka, who was doing the little jig, is the one with the race helmet that we just saw at the front of the dummy grid. So 15, 17, all 17 drivers make it out with just over 10 seconds to spare. The last two drivers, well, it's the brothers Kaskinen, Miska and Milo Kaskinen. But great to have some input from the drivers last night after the mandatory briefing. I couldn't believe how many drivers we had. 151 in total. Joel Kaspar Joipera is leading the way, but then that's quickly changed, courtesy of the 397 of Finland's Ivari Tuimiletto. Olli Petteri Munne rounds out second, but then Milo and Miska Kaskinen on cue, up to the top towards the top of the time sheets. Artyom Sestakovs, the young senior Rotax driver from MRG Racing. Always had really great conversations with Artyom. Of course, he had that big rollover here last year, 12 months ago, through an incident involving Oskar Savitsky. Savitsky is back and will be out in the next session. But Artyom Sestakovs is leading the battle for the top overall time in this opening session. And he's on a 44.124. But Miska Kaskinen now beats that by nearly 1/10.5 of a second. And then Sestakovs responds and goes 1/1000th quicker. Oh, dearie me. Could this be a repeat of what we saw earlier on in the Minimax qualifying, where pole position was decided by 1/1000th? This is going to be very, very crucial. Towards the bottom end of the times, Edvardas Funka. Good to see Gustav Usakovs here, the young man, based out of Larkfield in the north of England, in the Republic of Tyne and Weir. Shout out to the Hunter family at Karting Northeast, and also the likes of John Hindhaugh, Joe Bradley, all of which who will be at the ADAC Nürburgring 24 hours at the Nordschleife this weekend. So chaps, hope and chaps and chapesses, hope you're all doing well. So Sestakovs improves on a personal best. and puts in a 43.926. Sestakos and Miska Kaskinen, the only two drivers underneath 44 seconds as we head into the final minute and a half. Marta Spike, remember this young lady from the RM Latvian crew on the Sony kart. Last year was her first season as a senior driver, showed great pace, and now we could see the 366 from Latvia being a real threat this weekend. Always smiles, that young lady, and always a pleasure to have a conversation with her. Coming down to the final 60 seconds. And we did see just briefly on screen the number 304 of Linas Volunjevicius. So top 16 out of 17, rounded out by Edvardas Funka, covered by just over 1 second. It's the 312 of Oli Petteri Munne staying in the wheel tracks. Looks to be the 389 of Uzakos, who's currently P9 at the minute, just over half a second off of Sestakovs, who continues to lead this session and will set the benchmark for Group 2, who will be out next. But timer hits 0. Ivari Tuimileto, 11th in the session. Quite a few other drivers. Well, Miska Kaskinen and Santeri Laittonen will finish 2nd and 3rd. But the time for Group 2 to beat is going to be 43.926 seconds. Artyom Sestakos takes the top time in senior qualifying Group 1 ahead of Miska Kaskinen and Santeri Laittonen. Marta Spike, Jorkasper Joipera round out the top 5 ahead of Linas Volunjevicius. Milo Kaskinen and Oliver Kerg round out the top 8. Gustav Susakovs 9th ahead of Oli Petteri Munne, Ivari Tuimileto, Elia Sherameta, Alanda Saladavicius, Sonja Grönlund, Armin Reban, Edvardas Funka and Armandas Sakalis round out the 17 strong. So Group 1 qualifying for Senior Rotax in the bag here at Siauliai for the opening round of Rotax Max Nordic Challenge 2024, and also for round 3 Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge 2024. There you see the other 17 drivers. So air temperature at the moment here in Siauliai, 22 degrees Celsius. And an east-southeasterly wind of around about 6 miles an hour. Could be as high as 13. Sunsets scheduled to take place at 10 o'clock tonight, local time. So for those watching continental Europe, that's 9 o'clock in the evening. If you are, for those watching over in the UK, and I hope some of you are, it will be 8 p.m. So the time to beat 43.928 seconds as Group 2 for Senior Rotax head out onto the circuit. So the time set in Group 1 was by Artioms Sestakos for representing Latvia. 15 of the 17 drivers have made their way out onto the circuit. Hopefully the other two will join them very, very shortly. So we now have a full complement of the respective drivers, with Paul Hamburg from Estonia and Lado Kuernidze from Georgia being the last two drivers out onto this circuit here in Siauliai. 1,130 metres anti-clockwise direction. It's a great circuit. It's fast, it's flowing, it's got some good signs of technicality in the latter sector. And speeds of around 87 kph recorded over the start-finish line. Well, Adam Kavilo from Estonia goes across the line at a speed of 92 kph. That's about 55 miles an hour, and sets the initial lap time. Oh, well, it's not that far off. Kavilo coming out of the blocks flying, 44.195 from the Estonian. Oskar Savicki and Tonis Johannes Tumingas both make their way up the order. So do Paul Hamburg and Lado Kuernidze. So the speeds that they are going to be heading into turn 2 at will be around about 60 miles an hour, about 100 kph. Bruno Perle looking to close that gap. Well, what would you say to this? Within 2 laps, Group 2 is going to have their driver on pole position, because Aron Kivilo from Estonia has just put in a 43.883 and is 0.13 seconds ahead of Bruno Perle. Carl Kriston Tukru from Estonia rounds out the top 3 ahead of Henrikas Klepikas, but that changes because Paul Hamburg goes P4. But Kavilo in the number 347 within 4 laps has just beaten the lap time of Artioms Sestakos from Latvia. So this is where this is going to be quite crucial. A couple of drivers moving into the repair area. And once they do that, that means their qualifying session is at an end. We're coming up to the final minute of this session here in Siauliai. You know what, I'm going to stand up on my feet, actually. But a good showing there for Aron Kivilo from Estonia, Bruno Perle, Henrikas Klepikas, Carl Kriston Tukru and Paul Hamburg round out the top 5. Dovydas Gudlevicius, Hubertus Budvidis, Lado Kuernidze, Oskar Savicki and Karl Korenik round out the top 10. 30 seconds on the timer remains as some of the drivers have opted to end their qualifying session with just 30 seconds on the timer remaining. Look at this abundant sunshine here in Siauliai. Wonderful sight to see. Henrikas Klepikas goes up to P3. Best effort so far, 44.256. Timer strikes 0. Checkered flag now waves. And that is it for the session. Some drivers will come across the line and take the checkered flag. Other drivers opting to save the machinery ready for the first final. And that will take place at 12:29 local time here in Siauliai. So, Group 2 is quickest out of both groups, which puts Aron Kivilo provisionally on pole position for final 1 and final 2. Bruno Perle will line up 3rd for the 2 races ahead of Henrikas Klepikas, Kau Kriston Tukru, Paul Hamburg, Dovidas Gudlevicius, and Hubertus Pufidis ran out the top 7. Lado Kuhenidze, Oskar Savitsky, Kau Korenik ran out the top 10, covered by just under 7.5 tenths. Sebastian Odari, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Nois Sheraraitis, Roman Rodinovs, Robert Pakas, Daniel Kukurutsov and Julius Dagis round out the 17 drivers. And that concludes senior group qualifying for the opening round of Rotax Max Nordic Challenge for 2024. Up next, we're going to have DD2. Nice spot by the camera crew there. That's one of the planes that are doing the flybys here. But here we go, DD2 qualifying. 15 drivers, including the current reigning and defending Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals champion himself, Ragnar Virus. So 15 drivers in all, including some of the regulars around not just the Baltic states, but in terms of international competition when it comes to Rotax around the globe. Very different style of racing in comparison to all the classes so far that have been direct drive. These have no chain. They are gearbox driven to the back axle. 2-speed gearboxes mated to a 125cc Rotax Max Evo engine. Of course, cylinder heads have been updated for 2024 through the efforts of the team at BRP Rotax in Austria. Karts also have front and rear braking systems. There's a lot of torque going through the back axle on these karts. Never driven one myself personally, but always have been. It's very much an emotional connection because this is the top tier of Rotax racing, of course. Rotax being sort of said, you know, when they first brought out the DD2 concept, a lot of people went, well, I'm not sure. And then Rotax developed their own chassis and went out and proved it to the masses, and then all the chassis providers, such as Pirelart, such as Sodikart, OTK, they all went, oh, right, we're definitely interested now. But at the minute, Maxim Shurko, the number 435, is the fastest by just 1/1000th of a second. Good to see Emil Ackman's back behind the wheel. Then we've also got, well, Thomas Birstins, the 411. Yeah, said to me yesterday, I've already drunk 6 litres of water, and that was by 3 o'clock yesterday afternoon, and 30 minutes later, I saw him walking in the paddock with 2 more litres of bottled water in his hands. So it is very physical out here. You know, the sun is beating down from up above, so the drivers are literally under significant physical exertion. And especially when you're having to, you know, you're not just concentrating on your line, you're also concentrating on who am I behind, where do I need to change up, where do I need to change down a gear, and they are going to be full throttle through this first sector. And they're hitting, in terms of speeds, close to 93 kilometers an hour when you take into consideration the average speed of a lap. So Patrick Snolls Lochmelis, the 418, is leading the way, 43 thousandths. Ahead of Maxim Shurko, Emils Akmans, Edgars Vilkans, Martin Zianovskis ran at the top 5. Tomasz Birsin 6 ahead of Ragnar Virus. Rikas Vegvargas in 8th ahead of Andreas Upkaup and Thomas Rudokas, who round out the top 10. Johan Vane in the number 459 is 11th ahead of Norris Dennebergs. And Patrick Oymets. And, oh, well, we've had a non-stop for Christian Zemis in the 405. So 14 drivers out in this session. I hope everything's all okay with Christian Zemis. So a few of the drivers with 20 seconds on the time to go. Another one pulls off into pit lane. I think one of them might have been Thomas Birstins in the 411. And there is, going through into turns 1 and 2, Thomas Rudokas, the number 426. The youngster from Lithuania. Last year drove as a junior in continental Europe, but Patrick Snolls Lochmelis takes pole position by 43 thousandths of a second ahead of Lithuania's Maxim Shurko. Emils Akmans and Edgars Vilkans round out 3rd and 4th ahead of Martin Zianovskis. Tomasz Birstins and Ragnar Virus round out the top 7 ahead of Rikas Vegvargas, Andreas Upkaup and Thomas Rudokas. Johan Vane, Norris Dennebergs, Patrick Oymets and Martinez Balciunas ran out the 14 that did complete laps. The top 13 covered by less than 8 tenths, with Chris Jean Zemis, the number 405 from Latvia, not starting. Qualifying now gets underway for our penultimate session of the opening round of Rotax Max Nordic and DD2 Masters out on circuit. 9 drivers taking part in this class. Martinas Stankiewicz, Ricards Kalnsims, Lukas Leonovicius, Miklos Mazinas Pritsai, Ikinum, Andreas Kragas, Paulius Latakas and Argotam round out the drivers that are in this particular class. Martinas Stankiewicz, nearly twice a European champion in DD2 Masters over 2022 and 2023. But has always been the captain of Team Lithuania for the last few seasons whenever they head over to the grand finals. So, first initial lap times, Miklos Mazinas is fastest of anybody, 48.158 ahead of Martinas Stankiewicz. Ricards Kalnsims in the 5:09 is third. Top 3 covered by less than half a second. So, Mazinas using the advantage of Kalnsims being in front, just staying in the wheel tracks, and using the 5:09 on the Viral Art chassis as his marker. Now things improve again. Mazinas 44.676, Stankiewicz is 44.815, Kalnsims 44.929. Leonovicius now joins the sub 45 second brigade as through into, I think that was turn 6. Miklos Mazinas getting through on Ricards Kalnsims. Well, it looks like we've only got 7 drivers that might have made it out onto the circuit, as Paulius Latakas and Argotam might not have made it out within the first 30 seconds. Stankiewicz, however, has now taken the top spots, 44.587, ahead of Mazinas. Pritsai, the veteran Estonian driver in P3. Kalnsims, Leonovicius, Num and Kragas ran out the 7 that are on the circuit, due to be 9 drivers in this class. I think 8 actually, according to the entry list. Big thank you to Egle and Vyaslava, 2 of the Rotax girls, as they've been officially monikered on the Rotax Max Lithuania social media, which you can find on Instagram at rmc.lt. They've been a big help behind the scenes with regards to a lot of the administration, with regards to driver registration, tyre scanning, and all things relating. It's very much secretarial based, but without people like them, events like this would not run smoothly in terms of getting everybody ready to be out on track. But a couple of drivers, I think I did see Miklos Mazinas has pulled into the pit lane. We've got just over 50 seconds of the session remaining. So Stankiewicz, I think, has opted to go into the pits as well, along with Mazinas and Sai. So has Kalnsims. Leonovicius and Noam are the only 2 drivers, it looks like, that are going to be out on the circuit and look to make use of the complete session. And Leonovicius, the Lithuanian driver, I think might have just pulled into pit lane. So Ignarm, the number 581 from Estonia, will come across the line with about 5 seconds to spare. Full throttle into turn number 1. Put the cart to the outside, hard on the brakes into turn 2, then into turn 3. It really gives us an idea of how technical the lap is. That's through turn 5 now. Into 6 at Marshall Post 3. And on the power again, sweep the kart to the left-hand side. Now the apex through the right-hand hairpin at turn 7. Through into 8, now the short shoot up to 9. And then through into 10. The right-hander here at 11, and then it's the final left-hander here at turn 12. That means that you complete just over 1.1 kilometers. Well, Martinas Stankiewicz, the 533 from Lithuania, takes pole position by 91 thousandths, and it is going to be a Lithuanian front row, Mikolas Mazinas, in second. Ahead of Pritsai from Estonia, and Richard Skalnseams from Latvia. Lukas Leonovicius and Ignorm round out the top 6 ahead of Audrijas Kragas, Paulius Latakas, and Argotam, being the 9 drivers in that session. But looks like Latakas is not a driver that's going to be starting this weekend. So we're going to have 8 DD2 Masters drivers. But we do have one final qualifying session left to go here in Siauliai before we get underway with the racing here for the first day of the season. Up next, it's going to be an 8-minute qualifying session for the baby class. Time to go racing here in Siauliai, and here is the first of a handful of final ones to get your appetite whetted for later on today. It's Micromax final one. Let's take you through the starting order. After pole position earlier on this morning, Jokubas Vaskelis will start from pole position. Oskaras Pitkovas will be alongside on the front row. Theo Steindal and Emilis Juozaitis will be on row 2. Taras Imnikas and the fastest of the under-9s, Leonas Zarikov, will be on row 3. Dominic Lepp and Eero Reikai will be on row 4 with Jonas Galzenis and Jan Wozniak rounding out the top 10. Oskaras Bakutis, Sauli Vakute round out row 6. Carlis Brensons, Martins Lapins, Emilis Kapkauskas, Ilis Mankonen, Remigius Kriaus-Junas, Kasparas Kazimekas and Andreas Manusis round out the 19-strong grid. The race will take place over 7 minutes plus an additional lap. So the road to Sano really starts going here in this first of 3 rounds of the Rotax Max Nordic Challenge. Of course, round 2 will be held in Estonia, Ladavete, 26th and the 27th of July. Ropatsi Novas in Latvia will curtail the season, 16th and the 17th of August. But this is where it all begins, the journey, the long, arduous run over what will be 3 exciting race meetings, travelling to all 3 members of the Baltic states. So the red lights are ignited on the starting gantry. 7 minutes plus 1 lap on the timer. They go through the cut through at the mechanical repair area, then are told to slow. Now is the point of no return as we are ready. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights did not go out. I think they might be going on another lap. Yes, yellow flags are out, so full start has been called. So the drivers will have to go round for another formation lap. If we do get a second full start, we will have a red flag situation where one of the race direction team will have a chat with some of the drivers. So timer reset, red lights ignited on the starting gantry. So Vaskelis Bigovas on the front row, Steindal and Juozaitis, row 2, Zimnikas and Zadikov, row 3, Lep and Regai, row 4, Gelzenis and Wozniak round out the top 10. 19 hungry young Micromax drivers ready to get final one underway. Through the cut through, onto turn number 12. So here we go. Let's see if we can get it. Second time of asking, revs rise. And lights did not go out. That's the second full start. So second full start on that particular occasion. And the red flag is going to be provided at the start-finish line. Nerves are settling in very, very easily with these youngsters. So red flag stoppage has been called after 2 successive full starts. The drivers were told about this by one of our stewards, Yanis Karajuks, last night in the driver briefing. So let's give this another try, shall we? The drivers will get 1 lap to get themselves into order. So the timer reset to 7 minutes. So we've had a spinner through the formation lap. That's a real unfortunate shame for that driver who might have to start at the back of the grid. Once they go past the formation line and then the red line, then that is the point of no return. That driver may not be able to take their space on the grid, but however, that is not going to be the case this time. Driver slots in to get into position. It does go to show that these drivers sometimes can be a little bit over-exuberant. But pole position on the left-hand side of the start-finish straight. That is being occupied by Lithuania's Jokubas Vaskelis and has got Oskaras Pitkovas alongside on the front row. So an all-Lithuanian front row through out of turn number 10 into the cut-off area. It's down to Vaskelis and Pitkovas to control the pace on the rolling start. So out of turn number 12, this time out into the tram lines. Lights are out, we're underway. And a good start by Vaskelis at the front end of the field, but Theo Steindal looking up the inside gets up into second place as it's the long run down into the braking zone into turn number 2. As overtakes being attempted into turn 3. Steindal drops back down into 3rd position. But at the minute, well, that's going to be another position loss, maybe even 2 for Steindal. He drops down to 5th on the early exchanges. But at the minute, Vascalis is leading the way. Well, no, and it's Pitkovas in 2nd. Into turn number 9 and 10 for the first time. Technical and very, very challenging. Through the rights here at 11. We complete lap number 1 and an early lead established by Jokubas Vascalis. Second is Oskaras Pitkovas. Emilis Juozaitis rounds out the top 3 and is trying to go on battleground with Pitkovas for that 2nd place. They make their way out of turns 4 and 5. And the short run down into turn 6 here, the left-hander. Taras Simnikas now up into 4th place ahead of Theo Steindal. Leonardo Zarikov up into 6th place. Iro Raikai up to 7th. Jan Wozniak up from 10th place, now into 8th. Zarikov in 6th is the highest placed under 9 driver out of those in the field. But look at the top 3. Very closely packed. Make that the top 4 with Zimnikas not too far behind. As at the minute, the Energy Corsa chassis of Theo Steindal looks to have possibly lost a couple more positions. But look at the top 3. The line of stern going through into turns 2 and 3. Here on lap 3, Juozaitis is the fastest one out there. 50.471 for the number 17 in 3rd place. Battle behind this quartet between the likes of Zarikov, Wozniak, Steindal, Lapins, Raikai, Vaikute, who round out the top 10. But the top 4 have broken away quite significantly. They make their way through into turns 9 and 10 once again. And look at the swarm of karts and a bit of contact. Big incident. And the number 894, I think that was, Jan Wozniak, nearly flung from the kart, but gets out unassisted. However, change for P2. Pitkovas, I think, just lost out to Juozaitis, and there's Zimnikas up the inside for 3rd place at turn 3. Great work there by Zimnikas to get through. Pitkovas just ran a little bit wide through turn 2, and that just opened the door quite significantly. But at the moment, Jokubas Vascalis is still leading. Juozaitis 2nd. Zimnikas and Pitkovas. They round out the top 4. Theo Steindal and the number 33 has just come through turn number 9. Battle a little bit further behind. I think Remigius Kriausiunas just sent it up the inside of Carlos Brensons for what was either 9th or 8th on the road, but the top 4 covered by just over a second. After what has been 4 laps so far. As the 88 and the 48 of Zimnikas and Pitkovas still very much battling over that final place in the top 3. They are starting to lose a little bit of time. We've got 3 minutes plus an additional lap still to go. Kriausiunas, that was a change for 9th on Brensons in the number 3. But Jan Wozniak out on lap 3, unfortunately, through that incident. Means it brings us down to 18 drivers. Top 4 covered by 1.146 seconds. As again, Pitkovas going on the offensive through into turn 2 and 3 on Zimnikas for that 3rd place. Juozaitis just staying in the wheel tracks of Vascalis, who's led every single lap so far from the minute we went lights out. So, Theo Steindal, Emilis Kapkauskas, Iro Raike, Oskaras Barkutis, Remigius Kriausiunas and Carlos Brensons round out the top 10. Covered by just under 7.5 seconds. Dominic Lepp rounds out 11th place and is only a 10th behind the number 3 from Latvia, who rounds out the top 10. And still, well, Zimnikas and Pitkovas line astern coming through turn 1 and into the braking zone into 2. They're still carrying a lot of momentum, let's not forget, through these first 3 corners. And then it's the case of using the tyres to their maximum, but not overworking them. And great move there if that has just transpired. Pidkovas up the inside of Simnikas and gets through for 3rd place. That would have been through at turn number 6. And still that battle for P3 has not really alleviated in any way, shape or form. But Vascalis is pulling away from Ziuazaitis for the race lead. The gap was 3.5 tenths of a second after 6 laps. Now we've completed 7 laps. That's over half a second. Zalivakuute gets past Ilis Mankkonen from Finland for 12th place in the meantime. Kazimiekas and Manusis are about half a second apart at the back end of the field, but they are still competing over a little bit of pride in terms of the under 9 drivers, of which we have 4 of them. But Vascalis trying to expand that lead over Ziuazaitis. So we are now heading on to the penultimate lap of this first final for Micromax. Vascalis has a lead of nearly 7 tenths of a second, heading into turns 2 and 3 on lap 8 out of 9. Theo Steindal, the number 33, has just put in the fastest lap of the race. Might be 2 seconds behind Taras Simnikas, who rounds out the top 4, but has got clear air. 49.834 seconds is the fastest lap of this race. Steindal initially did lose quite a few positions on the early lap or 2. Managed to get second going through into turn 1. Got a great start, did the number 33. For those wondering, showing as representing the UK. I do remember that young man was actually representing Norway last year. Last lap underway as another flyby overhead. Vascalis now has a lead of nearly 9 tenths of a second ahead of Emilius Ziuazaitis. Oskaras Pidkovas and Taras Simnikas round out the top 4. Theo Steindal in 5th. Oskaras Bakutis gets past Emilis Kapkauskas. Salivakurte gets past Remigius Kriausiunas for 9th place. But the checkered flag is being prepared this time around. It has been a great performance in time qualifying this morning, but first blood is struck by the number 24. Jokubas Vascalis out of the final corner wins final number 1 here in Micromax after 9 laps of racing, and puts in a best effort in that race of a 49.886. Emilis Ziuazaitis takes second ahead of Oskaras Pidkovas, Taras Simnikas, Theo Steindal, Oskaras Bakutis, Emilis Kapkauskas, Kallis Brensons, Salivakurte, Remigius Kriausiunas round at the top 10, Ilis Mankkonen, Leonas Zarikov, Martins Lapins, Jonas Gelzenis, Kasparas Kazimiekas, Andrius Manusis, Iro Räikkä and Dominic Lett round out the 18 that finished. Unfortunately, lap 3 we saw the retirement of Poland's Jan Wozniak in the number 94. But Vascalis wins the opening race of the Nordic Challenge season. Right, we now get underway with our next final number 2, final number 1. It's the Nano class, and here is your starting grid. Starting on pole position will be Jokubas Juozaitis. Timas Dranseca will be alongside on the front row. Danila Stonis and Vilis Daras Bakutis round out the top 4 positions, with Gabrielis Dagis completing the 5-strong grid. 7 minutes plus an additional lap on this particular race. So they now go on to their official formation lap. Red lights will be ignited on the gantry very shortly, and then 7 minutes will be put on the timer. Oh, so we have got one driver that's just had a slight off track. Might have been Gabrielis Dagis in the number 79. So the drivers are now being instructed to slow down, and it's got to be, so Juozaitis positions the kart to the left-hand side on the shortcut area. Gabrielis Dagis just went past the, well, didn't go down the traditional shortcut area. However, the time now starts, as here we go for the Nano final number 1 as they make their way into turn 1 and into turn 2. Danila Stonis gets past on Timas Dranseca on the early run down into turn 1 and turn 2, but Dranseca looking through here at turn 5, possibly for an opportunity to get through on the number 96, but at the minute, not quite happening. They've got Vilis Daras Bakutis in the number 10. Not too far behind, but Jokubas Juozaitis has been shot out of a cannon and is quite a significant distance away already. And they come through into turn number 10 and 11, which I can actually see from the commentary position. For those wondering, here at the circuit, there is a lovely little chill-out area by the left-hand side of the commentary position, with Rotax deck chairs, also the live timing and the live stream as well. But, well, after the opening lap, Juozaitis ahead of Dranseca by 1.9 seconds. Stonis was a little bit sideways, back end stepping out to the right-hand side, coming through turns 2 and turns 3. Again, this final part of the circuit here at Drif&Go in Siauliai. Very, very technical. Like literally, you've got a double left, then you've got 3 lefts in a row. So turn 8, turn 9, turn 10, which then literally nearly comes back on itself. The same thing with turn 11. The final right-hand around a 4 at this circuit before the final left at turn number 12. But there is Jokubas Juozaitis doing very much what needs to be done, which is just run your own race at the minute, and is nearly 2.9 seconds ahead of Timas Dranseca, who in turn has opened up a gap of 1.2 seconds over Danila Stonis in the number 96. So our race leader makes his way through out of turn number 11. Sometimes they do say smooth is fast, as Juozaitis, while it's accelerating out of the final corner, back end of the kart steps out to the left-hand side. We have got a yellow flag situation, and that is just off of... Oh, right. That is... Oh, Daniela Stonis in the number 96. Big cloud of dust thrown up into the air. And the kart now gets back out onto the circuit. So Bakultis now ends up into P3 as a direct result. And, well, Stonis has got a very dirty kart. And especially when you consider you kick up all that dirt and then it all adheres itself to the slick tyres. And that's a very interesting way of driving. Keeping your thumb hooked underneath the steering wheel, then just opening up your fingers, probably just get a nice little bit of cooling. I mean, the temperatures aren't... well, I mean, it's great, it's nice and sunny, but of course, when you have a very, very direct sun, the drivers are going to be very, very much under duress, and the sweat will be beading from their foreheads. But Uazaitis continues to lead nearly by, well, after 4 laps, 4.5 seconds. We're into the second half of this first Nano final. We've got another one coming up at 2 p.m. local time. It's wonderful to see these young drivers who have been bitten by the bug and wanting to go racing. It's always nice to see that there are drivers that want to move into higher classes, and this is a perfect starting ground for them. But there is Stonis in the number 96, just coming through out of turn number 1. Lost quite a significant amount of time to Dranseca and Uazaitis as Stonis was running P3. There is the number 10 of Bakultis running on the Intrepid. Rounds out the top 3. So coming down to 1 minute and 20 to go, and after 6 laps, we're on lap 7 at the moment. Jokubas Uazaitis has got nearly a 6.9 second advantage ahead of Timas Dranseca after 6 laps, and has also posted the fastest lap of the race, so 50.757. Last recorded speed was 80.06 kilometers an hour. It's around about 50 miles per hour, and you could just see how calm Uazaitis looks on, by just gently putting on a little bit of steering angle into the left-hander at turn number 1. It is really much that you are at full throttle and you're trying to keep the kart to the inside line as tight as you can. Next time around it will be more than likely the penultimate lap, as Uazaitis is now making his way through out of turn number 9. Two laps to go, and Jokubas Uazaitis across the line, that time around at a 50.906 on that effort. And is now leading Timas Dranseca by 8.6 seconds. Vilistaros Bakultis is about to cross the line in 3rd place and go on to the last lap. But it has been pretty much a formality for Jokubas Uazaitis in the number 16, proudly sporting the national colours of the Lithuanian flag on the kart and also on the race suit. So the timer has expired, And Jokubas Juozaitis will now see the last lap board. So it has been exemplary from Jokubas Juozaitis. Not a foot put wrong. Next time around, the checkered flag will wave for the first of 2 Nano finals, and this driver looks to be pretty much certain of a back-to-back victory through into turns 8 and into 9. 3 more corners to go. The number 16 from Lithuania, homegrown talent, Jokubas Juozaitis, now makes his way out of turn number 12, and we'll see the checkered flag picking up the victory in Nano final number 1, Jokubas Juozaitis. And also picks up the fastest lap of the race. Then it will be Timas Dranseka taking second. Third, Vilis Taras Bakutis with Danilas Stonis and Gabrielas Dagis rounding out the top 5. But Jokubas Juozaitis picks up the win in Nano final number 1. Next up, it is final 1 for Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid. On pole position, it's going to be Nikita Lubimov in the 1-3-3. Marius Mazinas will be alongside on the front row. Jack Collinson and Patrikas Jokius will be on row 2. Joris Stankiewicz and Rodrigo Kakas row 3. Michal Zayak and Alex Menezes will be on row 4. Completing the top 10, Ilari Harmonen and Klaus Hans. Jonas Bundis and Ilya Veliko round out the top 6 rows ahead of Mikko Grantins, Joris Plugsner, Juret Saloranta, Tomas Kalorovicius, Tauvidas Dagis, Martin Streiber, Normantas Varsevicius, and Marks Kononovs rounding out the top 20. Boris Kalorovicius, Ralf Rakatis, Adam Juozaitis, Keita Spike, and Oskaras Woga round out the 25 strong drivers. So on this particular occasion, it will be 8 minutes plus an additional lap for our Micromax competitors. So 8 minutes on the timer. Red lights are on the gantry ahead of our first of 2 finals. The combined scores from final 1 and final 2 will then decide the grid for the super final later on. And it is going to be down to these 2 at the front end of the field, Lubimov and Mazinas. Into the cut through they go. So, lights are on the gantry. They head out of the final corner, split, head into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. Here we go in the Minimax final number 1. Around the outside, Mazinas takes the lead. Lubimov down to second as one runs very, very wide out of turn number 1. But what a great start from Mayus Mazinas, going high, wide and handsome around the outside of turn 1. On Nikita Lubimov, who is in second at the minute. Patrikas Jokius looks to be in 4th place. And just in front looks to be Jack Collinson in 3rd. As now they make their way in towards turns 8 and 9 for the first time. What a great sight I see from my commentary position as they come through turn number 9 and into 10. But after the opening lap, the gaps are going to get closer and closer still. But Mayus Mazinas has a comfortable lead after the opening lap. Half a second is the lead after the opening lap by Mayus Mazinas. Nikita Lubimov, Jack Collinson, Patrikas Jokius, Rodrigo Kakers. Then we got Joris Stankiewicz, Alex Menezes, Michael Zayak, Ilari Harmanen and Klaus Hans, who has dropped down a couple of positions. There was an attempt of an overtake going through. I think that was at turn number 6, off of Marshall post number 3. Might have been Klaus Hans going on the offensive against Ilari Harmanen. So these laps are going to go thick and fast here, folks. The entire field after the opening lap was covered by 7.2 seconds. So Mazinas continues to lead. Lubimov being chased down by Jack Collinson in the 191. And mistake there from Collinson. And he's lost all those positions. He's lost at least 4 or 5. Just went a little bit deep into turn 3. And Patrikas Jokius, Rodrigo Kakers et al. Did not need a second invitation. Fastest lap of the race, Ilari Harmanen in the 116. Currently running what was 8th position after they crossed the line. Rodrigo Kakers closing in on Patrikas Jokius. Then you've also got Stankiewicz in the 199, not that far behind. Lubimov now pulling away from 3rd and 4th position and is starting to reel in Mayus Mazinas. Ilari Harmanen now up into 6th place. So Jack Collinson, unfortunately, finds himself ahead of the young Polish driver, Michael Zayak, with Klaus Hans rounding out the top 10. All 25 drivers still running in this race, but the main bone of contention is going to be between Mayus Mazinas and Nikita Lubimov for the race lead. However, Patrikas Jokius is also one to factor in. The gap is starting to slightly expand between the top 2. But Jokius is leading a little bit of a train. Ilari Harmanen is in 6th ahead of Alex Menezes. Jack Collinson, Michael Zayak posting the new fastest lap of the race, 48.376 by the 184 from Poland. Ilya Veliko has moved up, the Brit now up past Martin Zdreba for 17th position. Ralf Rakaitis trying to close in on Normantas Avarsavicius. They're a 10th and a half apart. That's the battle for 19th and 20th on the road. But look what is happening at the front end. Nikita Lubimov, new fastest lap as an attempt from Rodrigo Kakers, opens the door for Ilari, I think that was the 153. So that is going to be, I'm seeing now, that's the 116, Ilari Harmanen, now up into 4th place. Got the move done as Rodrigo Kakers went wide. The minute you do that, you open the window of opportunity for those behind you to get on through and make the overtake. So Harmanen last time around, fastest lap of the race, 48.241 seconds. again, it is that sort of cat and mouse game, but also in this early stage of the competition, you don't want to really lay all your best hand of cards on the table. And now Patrikas Jokius has started pulling away from Ilari Harmanen. So Jokius now has clear air. Lubimov trying to close in on Mazinas, who responds with the fastest lap overall of the race, but Lubimov has got that gap to under 0.33 of a second. There are the top two. There's third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Rounded out by the 199 of Joris Stankiewicz. Harmanen defending against Gackers in the 153. That's the battle for P4. They are still very much in close proximity to the GS Racing Club driver, Patrikas Jokius, who is currently rounding out the top three at the moment with a minute and a half still to go. Is Lubimov picking up the pace and closing that gap? No, he isn't. It's extending. The gap was nearly half a second after 8 laps of racing. And still, it is very much undecided as who might be the driver that ends up fourth at the moment. Coming across, well, at the minute, before we go on to the final lap, Ilari Harmanen is holding on with a deathly grip. Two to go. And Mayas Mazinas opens up the gap over Nikita Lubimov to just over 0.6 of a second. Jokius, Harmanen, Gacker, Stankiewicz, Menezes, Zayek, Bundis, Grantins, Hans, Plugsner. Plugsner's had a really good run. Didn't have the best qualifying, did the youngster from Latvia. Jack Collinson started P3, currently 13th in the minute. Ahead of Domas Galarevicius and Janet Saloranta, the young Finn, who's moved up to 15th position. Ilya Veliko, the British driver, now up to 16th, head of Loninas Galarevicius, but the timer has now expired. Last lap is underway, gap now 0.6 of a second between first and second place. Harmanen is trying to close in on Patrikas Jokius for the final position in the top three, but has got a lot of stern opposition behind. Gackers and Stankiewicz are keeping the 116 from Finland very, very honest. And now looking for the move up the inside. That's Rodrigo Gackers through at turn 6 off of Marshall post 3. And there's another move. Great move there by Stankiewicz to get through on Harmanen, who drops from 4th to 6th. 2 places lost. And oh, right, there's a bit of excessive smoke coming from the exhaust on Ilari Harmanen's kart. Mazinas wins. Second, it's Lubimov. Third, it's Jokius. Harmanen will end up 6th, but I'm very worried about the exhaust, the smoke that was billowing out of the back end of it. So Stankiewicz takes 5th, Harmanen 6th. Head of Alex Menezes. Michael Zayek takes 8th, and with it the fastest lap of the race. Head of Jonas Bundis, Mikko Grantins rounds out the top 10. Klaus Hans, Joris Plugsner, Jack Collinson, Janet Zadolanta and Ilya Veliko round out the top 15. Then afterwards in 16th, Tomas Galarevicius, Martins Driver, Ralf Rakaitis, Nomantas Arasevicius, Lorinas Galarevicius round out the top 20. Tauvedas Dagis, Adam Jordaitis, Max Kononovs, Oskaras Gwoga, they round out the 24 finishers. And with 1 lap to go, unfortunately, we lost the number 175 of Keita Spike. Now time to get underway with the first final for Junior Rotax. Here's your starting grid. Rasmus Koskinen, the flying Finn, took pole position in time qualifying earlier on today, and will have Poland's Sulima Franek alongside on the front row. It's an all Latvian row too, with Adrians Tions joined by Elisa Stolchamani. Marius Karasiaukas and Fernando Pembre round out row 3. Row 4, Tom Strela and Robin Semet, with Natan Rybczynski and Mate Kobehidze rounding out the top 10. Marcel Rudnicki and Aloysia Sekavicius round out row 6. Row 7, Timothy Vladimirov and Markus Jauk. Nico Lindholm and Hans Markus Narusk round out row 8. Kaspar Quisquela and Gabriel Moises round out row 9, with Nemunas Volbekas and Davidas Rassis rounding out the top 20. Miro Koski, Niklas Huotari and Rafael Zanask round out the 23 strong drivers. So for this one, 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Who will strike first is the big question. Well, we're going to find out around about 10 minutes and a bit from now. Red lights ignited on the starting gantry. 9 minutes on the timer, plus 1 lap. So, out of turn number 9, they're going to go past turn 10 on the left-hand side and go through the runoff area. So, through the final corner, revs rise, lights are on, lights are out first time. Here we go, it's the run down to turn number 1, and Koskinen leads the field. Down into turn 1, followed by Adrians Tions. As a move attempted there by Tom Strela, who's made his way up into 4th position early. Lisa Stolchamani looks to be rounding out the top 7. Oh, incident coming out of turn number 3. 227 and 255 were involved in that particular exchange, I'm afraid. So, Aloysia Sekavicius and Nemunas Volbekas, I'm afraid, were the two that were involved in that particular contretemps. Never an easy thing on a first lap to have an incident happen that quickly. As we still have a yellow flag a little bit further down the circuit. Meantime, oh dearie, dearie me, keep your elbows in, Karasiaukas, when you're battling your team, when you're battling Tom Strela. It is very much the case that as soon as you go from mini to junior, the style of racing is a lot more frantic, a lot more chaotic, and that is definitely being shown. But the top 2 have broken away early in this opening race. So Rasmus Koskinen being hounded by the number 271 of Adrians Tions from Latvia. Tom Strela and Marius Karasiaukas ran out the top 4. Sulima Franek, Natan Rybczynski and Elisa Stolchamani ran out the top 7. Top 2 covered by just under 2.5 tenths. You can see the run that Adrians Tions had on Rasmus Koskinen. As could be a change here into turn 3. Oh, and the 2.85 of Sulima Franek gets passed by Timothy Vladimirov in the number 2.87. Now says, right, okay, I'll lead the way. Let's just go and push and catch those in front. So you've got Natan Rybczynski, also Elisa Stolchamani. Oh dear, that's a bit too close for comfort into turn number 10 between Marius Karasiaukas and Tom Strela. Bit of bumper nibbling, I think, just then. But there are the top 2. 10.5 separate them. Not even that. Adrians Tions just winding up to see when the move can be facilitated to get past the flying Finn at the front, who isn't exactly flying away into the distance. Rasmus Koskinen on the 269. So great duel here, but whilst this is happening, that's allowing Tom Strela, and there goes Tions up the inside on Koskinen. Great move by the young Latvian last year. Minimax, now juniors, that was coming through into turn number 7. And now Tom Strela looking for the move up the inside at turn 10. And Siauliai also makes the move stick. Great timing by both drivers to get through on the driver who was, after 3 laps, leading the race. But now it's Adrian's Tions. Tom Strela and Marius Siauliai, they have to start chasing down the 271 in front. Georgia's Mate Kobahidze in 9th place on the 231, is the fastest overall driver and has got the fastest lap in the pocket so far. 45.404 for the 231. I have to say a big shout out to his dad Vako for helping me. I did have a little bit of a stumble yesterday involving my right ankle, but there is a move up the inside. That was the, I think that was the 269, Rasmus Koskinen making a move. And that was actually Koskinen losing out and taking a place back. But the top 3 now covered by just under 7/10 of a second. Adrian's Tions continues to lead after lap number 5. We're on the verge of halfway through lap number 6 here at the circuit here at Siauliai. But look at what this means when you see 2 drivers like Tom Strela and Marius Siauliai, different nationalities, different awnings, but still have the same idea. Let's just chase down the leader and see how close we can get. The gap last time around was nearly 7/10 of a second. It's just over 6 now. And Adrian's Tions responds with a new fastest lap of the race. So does Tom Strela, who instantly takes that spot away from his countryman. So 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. We're at just over the halfway point. And Tom Strela trying to close in on Adrian's Tions. But then the quartet behind, battling away. It is starting to really intensify, because leading that was Selima Franek. And it still looks to be the case. Well, Zaliza Stolcimane has got past Timothy Vladimirov. That is for position on the road. That was for P5 for the young lady from Latvia, the younger sister of Thomas Stolcimanis. That's getting very, very close indeed between Natan Rybczynski in 7th, who's behind Timothy Vladimirov. And now that is, Mate Kobahidze has just joined the party. Through into turns 9 and 10 they go, into the right-hander here at 11. Tions continues to lead the way. New fastest lap by the 271. 45.030, 3/100ths quicker than the driver in P2, Tom Strela. Mate Kobahidze is giving chase to the 2 in front, which includes Natan Rybczynski and Timothy Vladimirov. Slightly different racing lines taken, but they do say smooth and fast is the key to having a great lap time and good race pace, but also using the track to the fullest whenever and wherever you can. So we have lost 2 drivers. Lap 2, Nico Lindholm. And then, of course, the incident involving Lojza Sekavicius and Leonidas Volbekas. Volbekas still running and is currently 20th on the road. But we are coming down to the final minute and 40, plus that additional lap here in this first final. So, looks like it's going to be 3 more laps to go. And a new fastest lap by the guy in second, Tom Strella. 44.918. Marcel Rudnicki. Oh, right. Change has happened. Rybczynski has just lost out to Kobahidze. With Koskinen and Rudnicki not too far behind. Rudnicki new fastest lap, 44.868 on the completion of lap number 10. I don't think Kobahidze is done quite yet, because there is Vladimirov right in front of the 2-3-1. Time is fast running away. Adrien Sions over Tom Strella last time around had nearly a 6.5 second advantage. The timer, as it always does, invariably counts down to completion, as next time around the leaders will see the final lap board. Timer hits 0. That is it. The first final. They've got one more lap to navigate around this just over 1.1 kilometre circuit. There's still battles up and down the order, carrying on at full throttle. As Rasmus Koskinen looking for a move on Mate Kobahidze, but then opens the door for the driver behind. But after 13 laps, it's going to be first blood to the winner. Adrien Tions takes the win in junior final 1 by nearly 7.5 tenths of a second. Tom Strella manages to keep second place, 7.5 tenths behind, ahead of Marius Karsiaukas, Sulima Franek, and Elisa Stolcimane, who ran at the top 5. Stolcimane, fastest lap of the race, 44.774. Timothy Vladimirov, Mate Kobahidze, Marcel Rudnicki, Rasmus Koskinen, Nathan Rybczynski, Fernando Pomra, and Robin Semet ran at the top 12. Kaspar Geiskola. Then we've got Marcus Jauk, Gabriel Moises, Nicholas Huotari, Miro Koski, Dovides Rasis. Then we've got Nemunas Volbegas, with Rafael Zenak completing the top 20 and the 20 runners that finished the race. Lap 9, unfortunately, we lost Hans Markus Norusk, Finland's Nico Lindholm on lap 2, and on the opening lap, Aloysius Sekavicius. Position early. Lisa Stolcimane looks to be rounding out the top 7. Oh, incident coming out of turn. After group qualifying yesterday, well, we have a grid. And it starts as follows. Adam Kivlio from Estonia was the fastest driver overall in combined group qualifying. That was for Group 2, who will line up on the inside row. Artyom Sestakovs, who was fastest in Group 1, will line up alongside the Estonian on the front row. Bruno Perle and Miska Kaskinen will be on row 2. Enrikas Klepikas and Santeri Laitonen will be row 3. Carl Kriston Tukru and Marta Spike ran out row 4. Had a Paul Hamburg and Joel Kasper Joipera, who ran out the top 10. Dovidas Gulevicius and Linas Volunjevicius ran out row 6. Had Hubertas Budvidis, Milo Kaskinen, Lado Kuhenidze, Oliver Kerg, Oskar Savitsky, Gustav Susakovs, Kau Karenik, Oli Petri Munne running at the top 20. Sebastian Adari, Ivali Tuimileto, Ilya Sherameta, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Noyos Geraraitis, Alandas Aladavicius, Roman Rodinov, Sonja Grönlund, Romet Pakas, Amin Reban, Danil Kukuruzov, Edvardas Funkas, Julius Dagis, and Armanda Sakalis rounding out the 34-strong grid. Wait for the fireworks, folks, because with the unpredictability that we always find in senior Rotax, could be front and centre. So Kivlio and Sestakovs line up on the front row. 9 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Red lights are on the gantry. 34 senior drivers. Revs rise. Lights are on. Lights are out. Here we go. And straight away Sestakovs on the offensive round the outside. Goes Sestakovs, and I think Miska Kaskinen also followed him in his wheel tracks. Oh, and a big off at turn 2. One of the Sony karts straight on over the back of another vehicle. So big incident at turn 2 on the opening lap of the first final of the weekend for the senior Rotax division. And well, oh no. Adam Kivlio, the 337. I think that was. So it's getting a bit nip and tuck coming through into turn number 10. That was a real shame of what just happened down at turn number 2. Well, it's not Kivlio, it's somebody else. 337. Let's see who has dropped down the order. Oh, I think it's Marta Spike. Marta Spike is the driver, and the 337 is the other driver along that might have been caught up in the crossfire as, oh, another big incident. Another big incident. That was off of, I think, turn number 6. And now it is really starting to get a little bit tetchy out there. I did say wait for the fireworks. We've had 2 rapid barrages within a matter of minutes. Sestakovs leads. Bruno Perle in second. Third, it's Miska Kaskinen. Volunjevicius up to P4. Kivlio now 5th. Tukru, Gudlevicius, Klepikas, Lantonen, Dominguez, Joipera, Milo Kaskinen. Gustav Zusakovs now up into 13th. Some of the drivers side by side. There's Marta Spikes. I'm so glad to see her out of the cart and all okay after that big incident. I think, Marta Spike, Paul Hamburg, Sonja Grönlund, and Edvardas Fonka looks to have been the drivers that might have been involved in that incident. However, the top 3 not far apart, 3.7 tenths of a second cover the top 3 as Miska Kaskinen looks to strike at the earliest opportunity possible, but has got 2 drivers in front if the Finn wants to get through for the race lead. Now there's the move, that's the first one. Kaskinen up the inside of Bruno Perle, and I think has just got the move done for second place. Volunjevicius has the fastest lap of the race in the pocket so far. 45.039. So 30 out of 34 drivers still running. We are on effectively our 5th lap of this opening final for Senior Rotax. We've got another one to go after this. Henrikas Klepikas was the fastest out there, but straight away, good to see Gustav Zuzakovs now getting some pace underneath his kart. New fastest lap, first driver in the race to go sub 45 seconds. 44.989 for the 389. But Sestakovs now has Miska Kaskinen not too far behind some of the other drivers, making their way in towards turn number 11. But now Miska Kaskinen has the opportunity. Sestakovs looks over the right shoulder. Kaskinen is within 3/10 and is within lunge range. Out through turn 2 into 3. Not even half a kart length separates them. Kaskinen has clearly got the fire in the belly and wants to get past very, very quickly indeed. Bruno Perla is still keeping within earshot. It's only a matter of time. It's not a case of if, it's a case of when does that happen. Miska Kaskinen now has the fastest lap of the race. 44.816. Gap was 0.273 after 5 laps. What is it after lap 6? 0.229, half a tenth. And now Kaskinen dives up the inside, through for the race lead. Sestakovs unable to get the switch back on the fin. And through turn 2 on lap 7, Miska Kaskinen up front. And now that's bringing Bruno Perla into the mix along with Linas Volodjevicius in the number 304. Aaron Kivilio, who put it on pole position after time qualifying this morning, finds himself about 1.2 seconds behind 4th place, but might be able to pull that gap back in the next 3 3/4 minutes, plus an additional lap. Top 4 last time were covered by 9/10. Now it's 0.78. Kaskinen, another new fastest lap for the 399, 44.816. And quite uncustomary to see Romans Rodianovs all the way down in 30th position. Won one of the RNC Latvia races finals at Madwana, which actually ends the final round of the Rotax Latvia Challenge this year. That's going to take place on the 20th and the 21st of September, around about the time when the Rotax Belgium Max Challenge completes its season. Then the week after that, the B&L karting series has its final race. Kaskinen now starting to slightly open up that window of a race lead to just under 0.28 of a second ahead of Sestakovs. Lepikas now has the fastest lap of the race, 44.694. Oli Petri Munne now up into 14th. Hubertus Burfidis gets past Ilya Shermeta for 16th place. Gustav Uzakovs has been literally scything his way through the field. Now up into 8th place is the 389. Santeri Laitanen. Oh, someone went off the circuit. That was the, I think that might have been Tonis Johannes Dominguez in the 305. That was coming out of turn number 11. And now loses another position, possibly to maybe Oliver Kirk, possibly. But still, 1 minute and 45 in this first of 3 races. So we've got final one now. Oh, and oh dearie me. A big move attempted, and well, that is Tonis Johannes Dominguez, and also the 325 Oscar Savitsky out of the race, I'm afraid. That's on lap 8, lap 9, I'm afraid. So bit of a late lunge there. Savitsky went for the move, clattered wheels over the back end, spins around, tags the barriers, and digs in hard with the rear axle. But with just over a minute to go, Miska Kaskinen has the lead over Artyom Sestakovs of just over 0.8 of a second. Battle happening here with the 321. There was, I'm not too sure if the move was completed. 321 being of Joel Kasper Joipere. But the lead now is nearly a second. Another lap in the bag. That's lap 11. 2 to go. Kaskinen again just literally finding pace and pulling away significantly. Santeri Laitinen has retaken 8th place off of Gustav Zusakovs. So the battle between Finland and Latvia continues at the bottom end of the top 10. And an attempted move, that's by possibly the 312 of Olli-Petri Munne. The Finn driver, that would have been on Oliver Kerg for 12th place. Final lap underway, and still the battles continue up and down the order as the 376 of Gal Gorenek tries a move on Oliver Kerg through into turn 2. Did not get that facilitated and completed. At the minute, one driver gets to the front end of the field. He doesn't really look back. 1.3 seconds is the race lead, but Miska Kaskinen takes the win after a chaotic and drama-filled first race in senior Rotax. Second, Artyom Sesnikovs. Bruno Pelle takes P2 ahead of Linus Volunjevicius. Pole sitter Aaron Kivlio takes 5th ahead of Enrikas Klepikas, Kau Kriston Tukru, Santeri Laitinen, Gustos Uzukovs and Dovidas Gurlevicius running at the top 10. Joel Kasper Joipere, Olli-Petri Munne. Then we've got Oliver Kerg, Kau Gorenek, Hubertus Buvidis, Ivari Toimileto, Ilya Sheremeta, Sebastian Adari, Lado Kuhanidze, Alandas Aladavicius running at the top 20. Milo Kaskinen, Robert Bakas, Noyus Jarolaitis, Daniil Kukuruzov, Amin Reban, Romans Rodinos, Amans Sakalis, with Julius Dagis and Oskar Savitsky looking to be the last of the classified finishers to cross the line. Unfortunately, lap 9 after contact with Savitsky, Tonis Johannes Dominguez retired on the spot, and then the opening lap collected, unfortunately retired Marta Spike, Paul Hamburg, Sonia Grönlund and Edvardas Funka. So we now head to final one for DD2, and here is your starting grid. Pole position this morning was taken by Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis in the 4-1-8. Maxim Shurko in the 4-3-5 will line up alongside on the front row. Emil Zakmans will be joined by Edgars Vilkans on row 2. Martin Zianovskis and Tomasz Birstins ran out row 3. Ragnar Veres will be joined on row 4 by Rickard Svegvargas, with Andres Upkaup and Thomas Rudokas running at the top 10. Johan Vein, Norris Stennebergs, Patrick Oimets, Martinas Balciunas will be rounding out the 14 that are competing. I'm not too sure if we're going to have a non-starter in the form of Chris Jean Zemis, 405, who's due to take part in time qualifying. Didn't make an appearance, I'm afraid. So the drivers now make their way through the cut through, flipping the throttles, keeping the engines lubricated. The temperature is heating up in the overhead atmosphere, but the intensity and the heat on the track is only going to go higher further still as we get ready. Out of the final corner, at a crawl, into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on. Full start. Full start, drivers will go around for another lap of the circuit. Try and get it right, otherwise next time it will be a red flag stoppage. It is the responsibility of the front row, so the pole sitter Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis and Maxim Shurko, they will be the ones that have to control the rolling start. They have to be level. They can't accelerate until the yellow line on the start-finish straight. So the drivers now, again, have to try and get this start timed right. Red lights on the gantry, the smell of burnt fuel in the air from these 125cc Rotax Max Evo engines. Lochmelis on the front row alongside Shurko. Revs rise, this time, lights are out. And we're underway, and straight away Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis covers off Maxim Shurko heading into turn one. He looked right straight away as everyone's jockeying for position. Coming through into turns 2 and 3 on the opening tour. Ragnar Veres has already made a move up into 6th position. He's closing in on Edgars Vilkans, who's dropped to 5th. So it looks like Beresins has already gotten up into 4th place, I think. Or I think it might have been Martin Zianovskis. It is Beresins that's now ahead of Veres, who's made a slight error. But after the opening lap, Lochmelis lead, Shurko second, Akman's third. Zianovskis now up into 4th ahead of Vilkans. 6th it's Beresins, 7th it's Veres. Opgalp now 8th ahead of Vargas and Vane. Now Shurko just trying to put the brightness here a little bit on Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis, who last time around put in the fastest lap of the race, 46. 5.36 for the 4.18. But the train being led by Emils Akmans might start, well, behind the 4.54, might start to get a little bit impatient and might go for an unnecessary move. We already saw that a couple of times in the senior Rotax final one just a few moments ago. Clean as you like so far. Thomas Birstins now has the fastest lap of the race. That might have actually gone back to Loch Mellis. As dive up the inside, that was through, of all the places, turn number 11. That looked like it was Martin Zianovskis that got the move done, and he did. Birstins also got through. Vilkan's now trying to put the hurry up on Emils Akmans, going through into turns 2 and 3. They've got Ragnar Virus just behind. So, as I feared, John Zemis, not a starter in any of today's first round of the Rotax Nordic Challenge. But this is also coinciding with round 3 of Rotax Max Lithuania. Shurko still keeping Loch Mellis. Very honest indeed after 4 laps. Well, the gap last time round was less than 3/10. And a move up the inside, that was Ragnar Virus on Edgar's Vilkans. That was for 6th place on the road, and now there might be an opportunity, if he can use the best of what clean air he has actually got in front of him, might be able to close in on Latvia's Emils Akmans for that 5th place. The entire field covered after just 4 laps, nearly 6 seconds from 1st to 14th. And Loch Mellis continues to lead the way. Shurko did have the briefest top honour of the fastest lap of the race, as Thomas Birstins has just had Emils Akmans up the inside. That would have been through turn 6 as they make their way through out of 7 into 8 and 9. You can see that with them is going along Ragnar Virus, the defending DD2 Grand Finals champion. And actually it was the first ever time that Estonia had actually won in DD2 at the Grand Finals, and yeah, the duck was finally over and done with thanks to Ragnar Virus in Bahrain last December. Maxim Shurko with keeping within 2/10 of Patrick Snow's Loch Mellis. Now Tomas Birstins coming under pressure from Ragnar Virus in the 4.41. Not too sure if he might get the move done down into turn number 2. But it's always dependent on whether the driver in front is wanting to battle and whether the driver from behind is the one that wants to make the move at the earliest opportunity when the door is left completely wide open. Virus has battled Birstins and a number of other drivers on this field for quite a few years. The Loch Mellis doing exactly what he needs to do. Keep the pace that little bit faster than Maxim Shurko. In second, the gap now just over 3/10 after 7 laps of racing. I think that 8 laps of racing, it's under 3/10. So things are concertinaing quite a bit when it comes to the sharper end of the field, when the top two are the ones that have literally strode away into the distance. Everyone else is picking up the scraps on the dinner table. And it looks like Janowskis might be starting to pull a gap over Emils Akmans in fourth, when you've got Tomasz Birstins, Ragnar Virdus, Edgars Vilkans, Nikos Vigvargas and Johan Bain still rounding out the top 9 overall. Andres Ukau, the Estonian, completing the top 10. But again, over the course of these races, and heading into the Superfinal, you've got to think of mechanical sympathy. If you don't, and you cause your mechanic more work, then you're not going to be in the happy home, you're going to be more than likely in the doghouse. As Edgars Vilkans now trying to get through on more than likely the pair of Ragnar Virdus and also Emils Akmans. Opportunity there nearly presented itself. But Maxim Shurko not letting go, not wanting to have the opportunity of someone else trying to beat him like he did last year with 2 World Cups. New fastest lap of the race, and also a change up into 5th place for Ragnar Virdus. 44.565 was the lap time recorded by the Estonian. 4:41. They've still got an additional lap of racing. So lap 13 underway. Virdus is trying to decimate the best part of nearly 1 1/4 seconds. They are going to be tight in terms of the lap length or lap time duration, but we've got 2 to go. Lap 14 out of 15 underway. But with the timer now expired, Maxim Shurko has got to think of doing something. If he needs to do it, he needs to do it. But the last lap is very much underway, and still the lead has changed. It has gone into the arms of one Maxim Shurko, who managed to just get through on Patrick Snow's Lochmelis. Lochmelis has led every single lap up until that point. And Shurko found an opportunity, found a window to get through. Down to the final handful of corners. Well, Lochmelis did his best, but Shurko picks up the win. picks it up by nearly 5.5 tenths of a second. Ahead of Patrick Snolls, Lochmelis. Martin Zianovskis in the 4:22 rounds out the top three ahead of Emil Zachmans. Ragnar Veres ends up 5th and also sets the fastest lap of the weekend so far. We've got Tomasz Birstins, Edgars Vilkans, Rikas Vegvargas, Johan Veen, André Subkaup, Thomas Rudokas, Norit Stenebergs, Patrick Goimets and Martinez Balciunas rounding out the 14 finishers, all completing the 15 laps of racing. After this, we will have baby final number 1, but we go to our last main first final of the weekend. DD2 Masters up next. So again, it will be 9 minutes plus an additional lap, and your starting order is as follows. Martinas Stankovicis in the 5:33 will line up on the front row on pole position. Joining him on the front row, fellow Lithuanian, so 2 homegrown talents on the front row on home soil. Mikolas Mazinas in the 5:77. Pritsai, the 5:19 for Estonia, will be on the inside of row 2. Rikard Skalnzims, the 5:09 from Latvia, will be on row 2 and alongside Pritsai. Lukas Leonovicius in the number 5:18 will be joined by Ike Nurm in the number 5:81 from Estonia, and Audrius Kragas is 7th, and we are due to have Argo Tam from Estonia in the 5:67, but might not be taking part in this session. We only had 7 of the registered drivers, according to the list that I had, out on track for time qualifying, but it will be the case of 9 minutes plus an additional lap to see who will win the first final in DD2 Masters. So the drivers make their way into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are out straight away. Into turn 1. Stankovicis has the lead. Pritsai up the inside of Mikolas Mazinas. Through into turn 1 as we head into turn 2 and 3 for the first time. So Stankovicis leads the way heading into the right-hander here at turn number 4. Pritsai in second. Mikolas Mazinas, Rikard Skalnzims. And then Jonovicius round out the top 5. Still remember a particular race where there were only 6 DD2 Masters drivers. Vakazov, Rotax Euro Trophy a couple of years ago. The DD2s went out on wet tyres. The track evolved to the point where it had come really, really dry. Then the heavens opened, and all 6 drivers, including Tankevicius, were on slicks. And one of the most epic displays of kart control I've ever seen was by Martinas Tankevicius. But he's being hustled now. Pritsai not too far behind in the 519. Nicolas Mazinas rounds out the top 3. Nikaz Kalnzims needs to start catching the top 3, but it is slightly early in this race. We're a minute and a quarter in. And Tankevicius doing exactly what he needs to do. Just hold his line, hold his nerve, and stay calm and composed. Like a lot of drivers, you know, Martinez is one of those people that when you meet him, he's all smiles, and then when he puts the visor down, completely different driver altogether. But he's only 2 tenths ahead of Pritsai, who again was looking to stick his nose up the inside through into turn number 2. And possibly still lead away from the Lithuania, but Nicolas Mazinas on the 577 Praga chassis is right on the rear bumper of the 519 from Estonia, looking left, looking right, as they come through turn 7 into turn 8. The turn 8 now negotiated into 9. Just a wonderful sight. Oh! Aldrias Gragas. That was on the tyre back. That was on the tyre wall, right by one of our camera guys from No Limits. We had echoes of an incident at Snetterton, the British Touring Car Championship a few years ago, where one of the Power Max Chevy Cruisers actually was force wide, hit the barriers, and then unfortunately, well, took out the camera position. Cameraman got away with it. Camera equipment, however, did not. That was a very, very long time ago. 6 minutes and 15 seconds still to go, plus an additional lap in this first of 2 DD2 finals. Tankevicius looks to be starting to pull away from Pritsai, who's having to defend now from Mikolas Mazinas in the 577. Mazinas looking for the window of opportunity. The gap between first and second after 4 laps was nearly 5.5 tenths. So Tankevicius starting to ramp up the pace. And he also has the fastest lap in the pocket as well, does Tankevicius. Oh, and a bit of contact between Pritsai. Oh, dearie me. Mikolas Mazinas being very, very aggressive, trying to get through on the 519. One whack of the bumper. I'm not too sure if, well, that could have been the click of the bumper going in for Mikolas Mazinas, who again is trying to fight tooth and nail with Pritsai. That's bringing Ricards Kalnzims into this, as Mikolas Mazinas fires it up the inside through turn 3 and gets second. This is allowing Kalnzims, who at one point was about 3 as Kalnzims also gets his elbows out. They're well and truly sharpened. That was through turn 5, I think. And he just, well, Kalnzims decided, well, Pritsai, watch this. Tried, got alongside, didn't make the overtake complete. We are coming up to half-time in this race, and Martinas Tankevicius, because of all the squabbling happening behind, is just pulling away. And he's his best lap, 45.4. Last lap, 45.5. So running about a tenth off of his fastest lap so far, but with an advantage of 1.5 seconds over Mikolas Mazinas. Pritsai rounds out the top 3, being chased down by Latvia's Ricards Kalnzims. Lukas Leonovicius in 5th, Ignorm Argotam and Aldrias Gragas round out the 8 strong. All here this weekend. But Tankevicius just doing exactly what's needed. Just control the race from his perspective. If you're going to put in fastest laps, you put in fastest laps. If you decide not to, you've got to pretty much stay on pace. And Tankevicius last time round, after 7 laps, had a 1.5 second advantage and a fastest lap of the race, 45.371. Oh, there's a nice wonderful breeze cutting across the circuit from turn 9 towards turn 12. So it's going to help with regards to the sun. Looks like there's a little bit of cloud cover circling around the circuit itself, but not to the point where it's blocking out the sun from the blue skies above completely. Tankevicius just doing what needs to be done. Concentrate on the job at hand, which is just put the laps in. Gap nearly 1.9 seconds. Over Nicolas Mazinas, Pritsai rounds out the top 3. Richard Skalseems rounds out the top 4. Very, very close. And well, it's probably a little bit further away in terms of the proximity to Lukas Leonovicius. And Ignar Argotam and Adrias Gragas all still circulating. Mazinas trying to do his best to reel that gap in, but it's easier said than done when you've got a minute and 30 on the timer remaining. There is Gragas coming through, about to have a lap put down on him by Tankevicius. Very shortly that could include the likes of Mazinas and Sai. There's the 5:21. Now has 5:33. Blue flags wave, and Gragas gets out of the way. And that allows Tankevicius to go on through and now have a cart between himself and Nicolas Mazinas, who rounds out second place at the minute. So 2 to go after this one, and Martinas Tankevicius has the fastest lap out of anybody, 45.270. He leads Nicolas Mazinas by 1.522 seconds. Pritsai is in third ahead of Richard Skalseems, Lukas Leonovicius, Ignar and Argotam, with Adrias Gragas also making their way around the line. But the timer has struck 0, and out of the final corner, one more lap to go. Martinas Tankevicius sees the last lap board. So he goes into turn 2 and into 3. Tankevicius is going to take the first win of the season for RMC Nordic here on home soil at Siauliai. From lights out to checkered flag, it's going to be a win for the 5:33 on the Birol Art. Martinas Tankevicius wins DD2 Masters final number 1 by 1.558 seconds. Pritsai, Richard Skalseems, they round out the top 4. Lukas Leonovicius in 5th ahead of Ignar. Adrias Gragas ends up a lap down, with Ignar and Argotam being the last of the classified finishers in that race. Martinas Tankevicius wins DD2 Masters final number 1. We're going to have the babies out on track very, very shortly. But we will also be having a little bit of a lunch break after that, and the racing will resume at 1:45 p.m. with the second set of finals as we go into the business end of round 1 of RMC Nordic for 2024 and round 3 of RMC Lithuania for round 3. Welcome back after the lunch break, and we hope you're all ready and refreshed, revitalised, somewhat satiated, but of course the appetite for racing continues onward as always. We've got our second round of final twos coming up, and then we'll have the super finals later on. Of course, Baby and Nano, their prize giving will take place at about just before 20 to 4 this afternoon. Then all the other classes will compete in the super finals later. My name's Alex Goldschmidt, here for live and direct in person and at Siauliai in Lithuania here at Drif&Go. Big thank you to the circuit for once again being a wonderful host as always, and great to see so many familiar faces and so many people either fist bumping or shaking hands or having a quick catch up. It's always nice to see so many people here. So we now get underway with final two for what will be Micromax. So here is your starting grid when we can get everything up and running. But the drivers are making their way around the circuit. So Jokubas Vaskalis will start once again from pole position, the winner of final one earlier on today. Oskaras Pitkovas and Theo Steindal round up the top three ahead of Emilis Juozaitis, Taras Imnikas, Leonas Zarikov, the highest placed of the under-9s in sixth. Dominic Lep, Ero Rekai, Jonas Gelzinis, Jan Wozniak, Oskaras Bakultis, Sauli Vadkute. Then we've got Kalis Brensons, Martin Zlapins, Nilis Kapkauskas, Elis Mankonen, Remigius Kliausiunas, Kasparas Kazemekas, and Andrius Manusis. Rounding out the 19 strong. Again, this this final two will be covered over a duration of 7 minutes plus an additional lap. Drivers now being told to slow. Vaskelis took the win in the opening race of the day. Can it be two in a row for the Lithuanian? Or can someone like Pitkovas, Steindal, Juozaitis, Imnikas, Zarikov et al. Try and get through on them? Red lights on the gantry. They make their way through into turn number 9. What a sight that is. Pictures don't do it justice. You have to see it firsthand. Now they head through the cut through, just off of the entrance into turn number 10, as the drivers are fired up and ready. After this, we'll decide the grid for the super final. Revs rise Lights do not go out. That is a full start. Oh, well. History has a feat of repeating itself. Fingers crossed that for the next time they go in for the start, they won't have that same issue. Air temperature currently 22 degrees Celsius. It's going to hit a high of 23. I think we've already gone past that point earlier on. But the drivers once again requested by the marshalling crew on the circuit to slow down and get themselves steeled and ready for battle. Once again, the red lights are on the gantry. 7 minutes on the timer, plus an additional lap. Vasquez has been the tour de force. Can anyone break the streak of the number 24 from Lithuania? Give us 8 and a bit minutes. We'll let you find out live and in living colour. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are out this time, second time of asking. And it's a drag race through into turn 1. Pidkovas round the outside. Uazaitis also gets through on Vasquez. So straight away, an opportunity to get through round the outside. We saw it multiple times in the Superfinals last year, where drivers were literally just going tooth and nail and going for it. But there's been a change for the lead once again. Uazaitis now in the lead. Vasquez second. Pidkovas down to third. And now, Uazaitis leaves the door open through turn 8 and drops down to P3. Steindal looking for fourth on the run into turn 10. And does he get it? No, he doesn't. He's going to possibly lose out fifth, but keeps to the inside line at turn number 12. He's battling with Zadikov and also with Dominik Lep, the Estonian in the 44. As up the inside, that was Vasquez. Through on Pidkovas. That was for second place out of turn number 2. Made it look very, very easy indeed. But the field, in comparison to the previous final, was a lot further spread apart. As up the inside, that's a retake of the lead. Vasquez through on Uazaitis. And that was through at turn number 6. And now another change. Zimnikas up through turn 10, up the inside of Pidkovas, who drops to 4th. Top 4 covered by 6/10. Give it another 4. You've got Theo Steindal in the number 33. Along with that, Zadikov and Vadkulte, they round out the top 7. Now through into 4 and into 5. Vasquez starting to open up that lead, but there has been a change. A little bit further back, and there's been a little bit of a touch. Oh, and Theo Steindal gets through for 3rd place. And Zimnikas and Pidkovas came together. Pidkovas was off the circuit. And now through into turn 10. Steindal's going to hold his nerve and gets back through. Great move by the number 33. It's going to be 3 wide coming into the run through into turn number 12. And Steindal still holds on. Pidkovas trying to get through on Zimnikas, but Zimnikas will have the outside line into turn 1. And another little bit of a rub between the pair. Vaikulte is definitely factoring in, but a spin out of turn number 2. Dominik Lep, 180 the wrong way around and gets blindsided. Oh, big incident for the Formula K kart that came through at a big rate of speed. I hope the driver's okay. More dramas for Pidkovas, who goes off the circuit coming out of 3. Oh, I hate to see that kind of incident. And all bar one driver managed to avoid it. Pidkovas and Zimnikas still swapping places. And red flag has stopped the race with 3.5 minutes to go. 3.5 minutes to go. Micromax Final 2 has been red flagged due to a significant incident. I didn't catch the second driver, but the number 44, as Dominic Lepp being looked after by one of the marshals, red flag stoppage. So with 3.5 minutes to go in final 2 of Micromax, we do have a red flag stoppage due to an incident off of turn 3. Medical team is currently on the scene at the moment. Recovery crew is also there, so we will keep you updated. So at the moment we have a red flag stoppage for final 2 for Micromax. So after the lengthy red flag stoppage, medical crews were on the scene at turns 1 and 2 and 3. One of the drivers got out okay and was checked over by the medical team, was released. The other driver, I don't know the identities of said driver, but the other driver is on the way to the local medical facility. It was a significant impact, and we hope the other driver is all okay and gets well soon. But we are getting back underway with what will be the resumption of Final 2 for Micromax. The timer was stopped with 3 minutes and 35 seconds at the point of the red flag stoppage. So 17 Micromax drivers now resume final number 2. So they will go around for a single lap, and then when the green flag waves, we will then be back underway. Here, this action, of course, this has given us a little bit of a lengthier delay, reference the proceedings. Of course, safety is paramount, as we all know the relevant risks and dangers of competing in motorsport, karting notwithstanding. So the field makes its way through turn number 9. They will go through the cut through. So we get ready. It will be a single file restart as straight away out of the final corner, Jokubas Vaskelis accelerates. And we are back underway. Top 3, line astern. Vaskelis, Uazaitis, and for the briefest of moments, Zimnikas. Pidkovas now also latches onto the train. Theo Steindal rounds out the top 5. A little bit further back, Zarikov and Vaidkute battling over what is 6th on the road. But it is getting a bit close for comfort at the front end of the field. It's 3 wide. Oh, well. Straight away, the floodgates have opened. And Zimnikas gets the race lead. A little bit of a hip check with Pidkovas going through out of turn number 7. The field now makes its way through turn 11 here on what is going to be the final couple of corners for lap 5. More drivers getting very, very brave, but not to the point of overzealousness. But Zimnikas and Pidkovas lead the way. Third, it is Vaskelis. Uazaitis in 4th. Steindal from Norway in 5th, and doing a very good job battling away and defending against Linus Zarikov, the highest of the under-9 drivers. Unfortunately, it was Andreas Manusis that was the other driver involved in the incident with Dominic Lepp earlier on. And of course, we hope we're both all okay. But at the front end of the field, Taras Simnikas leads the way with 2 minutes to go, plus an additional lap in this second Micromax final. We've got the Superfinal coming up later. Was scheduled at 3:45. It will be a little bit later than that, but look at this. Through into turn 1. Vaskelis and Uazaitis working together. They get past Pidkovas for 2nd and 3rd respectively. Steindal, Zarikov and Vaidkute now latch on to the back of this train. Top 6 last time around. Oh, great little move there by Uazaitis on Vaskelis. Now into turn number 10, once again they go. We're on lap 7. Emilis Gabkauskas is the fastest overall driver out there. Fastest lap of the race so far, 50.404. So after 7 laps, Zimnikas still holds on, but what does Uazaitis decide to do? Dives up the inside. Both run wide. Vaskelis gets through, retakes the race lead. Uazaitis is in 2nd place, followed by Pidkovas in the 48. Steindal in the 33, and Zarikov, it looks like, in the number 45. Rounds out the quintet at the front of the field, but there's 9 karts in the lead train, rounded out by Poland's Jan Wozniak. And now other drivers really starting to be a little bit overzealous with the overtaking. But new race leader Vascalis. Bump from behind on Pikovas by Steindal, who also gets the same treatment from Zarikov. And that could open the door. Zarikov gets through. Zarikov, the number 45 on the I think that's the Formula K chassis, now up past Theo Steindal, who's dropped down to 5th. As now Tora Simnikas threaded the eye of the needle through turn 8 on the 98 of Siauliai Kurte, and now just gets past Theo Steindal through at turn number 11. Steindal defends. Vaidkute looking towards the inside into turn number 1, and someone else is going to make it 3 wide ever so briefly. That was Martins Lapins in the number 69. Final lap underway, and Vascalis versus Juozaitis at the front end of the field. Bikovas and Zarikov round out the top 4. What a drive from the number 45 in 4th position. Time and corners could very well fast run out for the number 45 to get an overall top 3. But a sterling drive nonetheless. Through into turn 9, 3 to go in terms of corners. Now through 10. Through 11. One more corner remains. Out of the final turn, it's 2 for Jokubas Vascalis. Winning after what was a very, very lengthy stoppage, but still came out on top, winning by 3.5 tenths of a second. Emilis Juozaitis or Skaras Bitkovas ran out the top 3. The highest placed, I cannot believe I'm saying this, great job by Leonas Zarikov in the number 45, who takes 4th overall. Tora Simnikas, Theo Steindal, Martins Lapin, Siauliai Kurte, Emilis Kapkauskas and Jan Wozniak round out the top 10. But there is Jokubas Vascalis. The same thing as what we saw 12 months ago is very much there and front and centre to see. But Vascalis takes another win. The Superfinal, well, that's going to be a completely different story. Up next, it's the second final, and it's the last race of the day for the Nano drivers. Jokubas Juozaitis picks up the win in the first race, and once again we'll start from pole position. Timo Stranseca will line up on the front row. Danila Stonis, who unfortunately dropped off the circuit whilst being in P3 in the first race, starts again from 3rd position, ahead of Vilius Taros Bakutis and Gabrielos Dagis, rounding out the 5-strong grid. So Uazaitis took the win in the first final. We've got 7 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. The red lights are on. Revs rise. Lights are out. And we're underway as Stonis tries to look for the opportunity to get past Timas Dranseca into turn 1 as they head into 2 for the first time of asking. So Uazaitis leads the way about a kart length in front of Timas Dranseca in the number 12, who's looking every which way but loose to try and get through early on the number 16. And still, Dranseca trying everything in the playbook at the minute. This is only the opening lap. Let's not forget there's still 6 minutes and 15 seconds plus 1 lap to go for these drivers. So once again, the top 2, Dranseca closing in on Uazaitis. That's for the race lead. Gap between them last time round after the opening tour was 1.5 tenths of a second, as again Dranseca looks for the move. And again, Uazaitis defends rather sternly. Once more, Dranseca just trying everything in the playbook, but at the minute, that's not quite working as they come through turn 9 into 10. Now, this could allow Danila Stonis in third place possibly to close, but with the pace the front 2 are setting, it is quite significantly different. Uazaitis 52.6. Dranseca high 52.5, and now is looking again to try and get the move through, but on this particular occasion through turn 4 wasn't working. Now trying to sweep the kart in wide and try and get the over-under. Uazaitis being very, very wise to that as they come out of turn number 7 into 8, now into 9. And again, Dranseca just putting the pressure on. And just wait for Uazaitis to possibly make a mistake. At the moment, that's not quite happening. But Dranseca does have the slipstream. Down into this fast left-hander here at turn 1. Now the run into 2 and 3. Stonis is about 2.8 seconds away from this battle, but the 2 at the front end of the field are really going something. They are lapping within literally a tenth of each other. They are both keeping each other very, very honest. But what a really good battle we're having at the front end of the field. Uazaitis knows and will have been informed that Dranseca is right with him. And Dranseca goes bunk drafting, NASCAR style, through into turn 1 once again. 84,000 separating the top 2. And Dranseca, new fastest lap of the race, 52.091 for the number 12. But through some of the corners, Uazaitis seems to have the measure of Dranseca, but Dranseca able to pull all those sectors together. So, lap 5, about to be completed. And Timas Dranseca is not giving up, not letting Uazaitis get away at all. Gap last time around was just under 2 tenths. As they say, something's got to give. But to be honest with you, the way things are at the moment, Drance&Seca really needs to start hurrying up because there's 2 minutes. Plus an additional lap still to go to try and get through on Jokubas Juozaitis for the win in the second final here in Siauliai this weekend. 3 to go. And a first time of the day for, thank you to Edgaras from the team at No Limits who are streaming all the action that you see on home. There are the 2 leaders. Jokubas Juozaitis and Timas Drance&Seca. They're making their way through into turn 8 and 9. Now into the left-hander here at 10. And, yeah, I think, well, Drance&Seca seems to have turn 10 now a little bit better than Juozaitis as they come out of the final corner. This is going to be close. 56 seconds, 2 laps remain. They are line astern going through into T1. Now the gap expands to about a kart length and a half. But Drance&Seca is trying to keep that kart a little bit wider on terms of the racing line to carry that extra 2, maybe 3 kilometers an hour more than the driver in front. And now with the back marker just in front of them, this could be the opportunity that Timas Drance&Seca has been waiting for. Gabrielis Dagis is the kart in front, and the number 79 will have to stay out of the way. Keeps to the right-hand side of the entrance onto turn number 12. This is going to be very, very close to wire. 6, 4, right, 2 laps to go. That slight drama that the 2 leaders had to circumnavigate. They had to get past Gabrielis Dagis for the opportunity to battle amongst each other. Now that gap at one point was 84 thousandths of a second. After 8 laps, it's 2.5 tenths. Now through that section just there, I noticed a slight mistake through turn 6 by Jokubas Juozaitis. But at that point, Timas Drance&Seca did not close on in. Timer has hit 0. After this, we've got 1 more lap to go. 1,130 metres to decide who will be the winner of final number 2 here in the Nano class. Last lap underway. 0.233 is the distance. Juozaitis might have led away into the distance in the first final. But at this point, the checkered flag will be at this time. This gives the impetus and the motivation to Timas Drance&Seca. But they're coming through turn 9 for the final time. Into the left at 10. And then it's the right. Then it's the left through turn number 12. And when the dust has settled, the winner of the Nano final number 2, Jokubas Juozaitis, wins by 2 tenths, having been pressurised all day long and all race long by Timas Drance&Seca, who not only finished 2 tenths within the race leader, but also put the fastest lap of the race in, 50.796. Daniela Stonis takes 3rd, Viliastaros Bakutis takes 4th, with Gabrielos Dagis finishing a lap down. But Jokubas Juozaitis wins Nano, final 2, and had to fight the entire race ahead of Timas Drance&Seca. Well, that's another final 2 out of the way. Next up, we've got Minimax, and this is set to be a belter. So here we go. Final two for Minimax. Let's take you through the starting grid here ahead of another adventure that will take us through 8 minutes plus an additional nap. Nikita Lubimov and Marius Mazinas line up on the front row. Jack Collinson and Patrikas Jokius round out row 2. Joris Stankiewicz and Rodrigo Kakas row 3. Michal Zayak and Alex Menezes row 4. Ilari Harmonen and Klaus Hans round out the top 10 with Jonas Bundis, Elia Veliko, Mikko Grantins, Joris Plugsner, Janet Saloranta, Domas Kararovicius, Tauvidas Tages, Martin Streiber, Nomantas Avarsevicius, Marks Kononovs, Lorinas Kalarovicius, Ralph Rakaitis, Adam Joadaitis, Keita Spike, and Oskaras Guoga. So, Marius Mazinas in the first final actually picked up a 5-second time penalty, having started from an incorrect position. So jump start declared ahead of the pole sitter during a rolling start, as per FIA Karting General Regulations, Article 2.24. So Mazinas getting a 5-second time penalty post-final number 1. After this second race has been completed, we'll put all the scores on the doors together, and then we'll have our grid for the Minimax Super Final. So it is down to Lubimov and Mazinas to control the rolling start into the cut-off area. 12.5 rows of competitors now make their way. They've got to start bunching up. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. Final two is underway, and a great start from the pole sitter, Nikita Lubimov, who leads the field down through the fast left-hander at turn 1 and into turn number 2. Ilari Harmonen already getting those elbows out. Tries to go for a move for 6th place through turn 3. We've got one stopped in between turns 2 and 3. So the field makes its way through. Now, somebody is behind a certain Nikita Lubimov. I'm trying to pick out the name. It's Jack Collinson. Collinson for MRG Racing. Now up into P2. Looks like Joris Stankiewicz has already made the move up to P3, putting Marius Mazinas down to 4th place as we complete the opening lap. So Stankiewicz trying to go up the inside, gets through on Collinson, so does Mazinas. Jokius waiting there in the wings in the 125, now right behind the 191. And an opportunity presented itself, and through into 2nd position goes Marius Mazinas, but Stankiewicz responds and goes straight back up the inside. Great racing up and down the order. Jokius looks up the inside of Collinson through turn 8. Collinson says no. Harmonen gets through. So does Zayak, so does Grantins. And then just behind, well, look at the lead. Lubimov is away and clear, and the gap is 1.5 seconds. And it's going to climb. Lubimov did exactly what was needed at the start and got away from everybody else. Harmonen up the inside through turn 3. Overtakes Collinson, who's now got Zayak for close company. Those two battling over 5th and 6th position. And Zayak gets through. Grantin's nearly got the move done on Collinson. Zayak gets, well, Collinson back up the inside. He's definitely had his Weetabix this morning. Has the 191, but up the inside, that's Harmonen. Harmonen up on the inside. And that was on Stankiewicz, who's lost out to Collinson. My, how the tables have turned here in Siauliai. They are literally nose to tail from 2nd all the way back to the end of the field. And in the meantime, Nikita Lubimov has a lead. It's 1.4 seconds, but Marius Mazinas is leading the charge of the cavalry. He's 1.4 seconds behind. New fastest lap of the race, 48, 9.59 for the youngster from Lithuania. We've got 5 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. Cloud cover starting to come into the circuit. Still very much dry surface on the tarmac. And this breeze will start helping the drivers, help cool their body temperatures, because we've had bright and very, very harsh sunshine hit the local area here in Siauliai. And now Ilari Harmanen, oh, the flying Finn in third place, has just put in a new fastest lap, has pulled away from Jack Collinson, who's running a genuine P4. Harmanen last time around, 48.782 for the 116 running on the CRG. And also the fact that Robin Räikkönen, the son of 2007 Formula One world champion Kimi, also runs in Rotax in Switzerland. And what's more, he's also on CRG machinery. But what is the gap? Now it dips under a second for the first time in this race after 5 laps. Rodrigo Carcas, who gets past Alex Menezes for 8th place, puts in the new fastest lap of the race. I think that's quickly switched to Lubimov. Rodrigo Carcas, 48.6 flat. Fastest lap of the race so far. And was over 0.2 quicker than the race leader, who is being reeled in. And the spinner earlier on, well, Joris Bluxner had dramas last year, found the barriers twice, and unfortunately on lap 3 is out. Michael Zayak is just ahead of the 126 of Alex Menezes. But still, the race to hunt down and pass Nikita Lubimov is continuing on at a rapid pace. Marius Mazinas, 48.523, fastest lap, as Collinson defending from the likes of the 199 of Joris Stankiewicz. Patrik Asiokis in the 125, Mikkel Grantins in the 153. Michael Zayak now joins the back of that train. So this is where it all counts. So Lubimov still leads, but the gap now expands to 8.5 of a second. Lubimov, new fastest lap, 48.466. Collinson doing a good old defensive job on those behind, including Stankiewicz. Jokius, there's still 2 minutes plus an additional lap to go, and Collinson just using the wider line. And that's carrying that extra couple of kilometres an hour for the 191 with MRG Racing. It's really good to see this young driver not only competing in the United Kingdom for the Vera Tools Motorsport UK British Kart Championships, but to come back to the Baltic States and to compete against the very best over here. Mazinas trying to pull that gap in, but time is fast running out. Marius Mazinas, new fastest lap of the race, 48.325, over 0.8 quicker than the race leader. But time, laps and corners are running out for the Lithuanian in the 151. As in the meantime, nice move through at turn 6 by Patrik Asiokis, the Lithuanian these days based out of France. Through now on Stankiewicz, and then goes Rodrigo Carcas. Did he get through? No, he didn't. Stankiewicz had enough prowess and enough forward momentum to deny the 153. Now Michael Zayak is closing on in. 2 to go. Lubimov 0.7 ahead of Mazinas. Harmanen, Collinson, Jokius, they round out the top 5. But we are getting closer and closer to the last lap in the finals for Minimax. We'll have juniors up next. But Lubimov doing exactly what he needs to do at the front end of the field. Again, a very softly spoken young driver who, when you put behind the wheel, they put that visor down, it's game on. Last lap underway, Lubimov makes his way through into turn number 2 for the final time. Mazinas has closed that gap to within 6.7 tenths of a second and has the fastest lap in the pocket, but Lubimov has responded to the point where he was only 26 thousandths slower. Dive up the inside of Stankiewicz, that was Michal Zayak from Poland. And then also Gratin's trying to get through on Kakers. Didn't quite enough have the room. But when it was all said and done in final number 2, Majas Mazinas did try and chase him down, but Estonia's Nikita Lubimov wins final number 2. And in the latter stages, Mikkel Grantin's out on the last lap, I'm afraid. Nikita Lubimov wins final number 2. And you can see the 135 of Grantin's visibly distraught after what has just happened. There may have been a contact incident happening, but Nikita Lubimov wins final 2. But Minimax, Majas Mazinas, Ilari Harmanen, Jack Collinson, Patrikas Jokius, Michal Zayak, Rodrigo Kakers, Alex Menezes, Tomas Kararevicius and Jonas Bundis round out the top 10. Joris Stankiewicz, Klaus Hans, Lorinas Kararevicius, Janet Saloranta and Tauvidas Stagis round out the top 15. Ilya Veliko, 16th, head of Normantas Arvasevicius, Martin Streber, Gator Spike, Oskar Skuoga, and we also had Adam Georgaitis and Ralf Rakaitis rounding out the 22 finishers. 1 lap to go. Unfortunately, Mikkel Grantins and Marks Gononovs retired on lap 3, spinning around, pointing the wrong way, was Juris Bluxner from Latvia. Next up, junior final number 2. Here is your starting grid. Pole position will be in the hands of Rasmus Koskinen, who will be joined on the front row with Sulima Franek. Adrian Stions, who won final number 1, will again start on the inside of row number 2, joined by Latvia's Alise Stolcamani. Marius Karsiaukas and Fernando Pemre round out row 3. Tom Streller and Robin Semet, row 4. Natan Rybczynski and Mate Kobehidze complete the top 10. Row 6, it's Marcel Rudnicki and Eloisa Sekavicius, with Timothy Vladimirov, Marcus Jauk, Nico Lindholm, Hans Markus Narusk, Kaspar Kis, Guela, Gabriel Moises, Nemunas Volbekas, Kovidas Races, and then we've got Mirokoski, Niklas Mutari, and Rafael Zenas rounding out the 20. Rafael Zenas rounding out the 23 strong. There has been an amendment to the official timetable. Thank you to Vieslava for handing that over, and it's just promptly fallen off my desk. But there we go. Saved by the chair leg on that one. So the drivers line up into formation here at the Drif&Go circuit here in Siauliai in Lithuania. It's been an interesting and exciting and drama-filled day so far. It is set to continue as the field now come out of turn 9. Head through the cut-through on the shorter formation lap as we get ready and steady to go, racing in final 2 for Junior Rotax. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines, revs rise. Do we go lights out? Yes, we do. And into turn 1, Alisa Stolcamani springs into second position from 4th on the grid, dropping Adrien Steele. Well, Adrien Steele staying exactly where he was. Fernando Pemre getting through on Marius Karsiaukas. Now on the run up towards turn 7. It's actually Sulima Franek that has got the lead. Stolcamani in second place. And there could be an attempted move here up into turn 12 with this contact. 2 around, Tom Streller being one of them, the other one being the 2.73 of Marius Karsiaukas. Oh dear, that has not boded well for those drivers that have just come together out of turn number 12, but it releases Sulima Franek, Alisa Stolcamani and Adrian Stions. They were line astern across the line, 4/10 apart. Fernando Pemre, Mate Kobehidze, they round out the top 5. So the Georgian in 5th position, the 2-3-1, gets a little bit of a get out of jail free card in terms of positions gained. Karsiaukas out, Rasmus Koskinen out, and Koskinen was the pole sitter. That's even more big dramas that have developed into what is going to be an intriguing and captivating second final. Adrien Stions, if he stays where he is, he's on pole for the super final later on. He's a lot taller and his voice has definitely deepened in the off-season since I last saw him. But Kobehidze, new fastest lap of the race. I know his dad Vako is cheering in person on the sidelines saying, come on, go for it. And he's gone for it. Great move by Kobehidze. Through on Pemre at turn number 11. And now he's got clean air. Now he can push. Sulima Franek leads the way. New fastest lap by the 2.85 from Poland. Stolcamani and Tions in second and third respectively. Natan Rybczynski from Poland now in 8th place and has just put in the fastest lap of the race. The 2.89 puts in a 45.969. But it is very much the case that these three at the sharp end of the field are going to have to be very, very careful, because the way that Mate Kobehidze is starting to close in on them They know that there's going to be another challenger very, very shortly. 0.39 separate the top three once again. Now, what is the distance between Tions and Kobahidze? Well, Kobahidze has just made it just under 1.25 seconds. The differential between him in fourth and Tions in third. Fastest lap of the race, 45.664 by the number 2, 31, one of two Georgian representatives. So, Mate Kobahidze, the other driver, being Ludo Kukanidze. No relation, surnames are different. Thank you, Vako, for last year pointing that out to me. I wasn't 100% sure, but I didn't take into account the different spelling on the surnames. But whilst these three at the sharp end of the field are fighting, they're not basically deciding to show their hand. And this is going to be quite crucial for them over the next 4 minutes and 40 seconds, plus additional lap. But Tions doing exactly what is needed. Not going hell for leather, not going for broke and trying to go for the W. Sometimes patience is a virtue, and it looks like that patience could pay dividends for the 271. But it's Poland, Latvia, Georgia, Estonia. 4 different nations in the top 5. So now this is going to be quite a bit of a cat and mouse game between these three. Smooth is fast around a circuit. You make one overcorrection with the steering. If you overjudge how far you need to press that throttle pedal down, that could be the difference between staying where you are and losing a position. But if you know that you've got the kart underneath you, which is very clearly the case with Adrian Tions, because he's just waiting, biding time, not pushing the issue, not forcing it. To try and see if he can get through on Lisa Stolchamani, but through turn 7, 271 can't get through. Kobahidze is reeling those 3 in, and quickly. The gap last time around after 7 laps was 1 second between P3 and P4. So Kobahidze could factor into this top 3 in a short while, as long as that is before the final lap board goes out. Tions, in the meantime, is keeping pace with the 2 in front, and they have started upping their pace in response to Mate Kobahidze. And last time around, Adrian Tions was the fastest driver out on track. 45.216. And now, well, Stolchamani is looking menacing, so is Tions. Sulima Franek has led every single lap so far. Kobahidze, new fastest race lap of this particular final, and was nearly matched by the person in second. Elisa Stolchamani was 8/1000 slower than the new fastest lap of this race set by Georgia's Mate Kobahidze. 45.050, and he's gaining, and quickly. I think he's been given the hurry up on the sidelines as if to say, right, you're not that far behind. Go get him. And now that gap is under a second between Tions and also Kobahidze. We still have 21 of the 23 runners. Tom Strella, after that incident, with the 273 of Marius Karasiaukas coming through the final corner, Streda has recovered to 15th, but what a drive from Selima Franek, the 2.85 up front. And there was nearly an opening there for Adrian Tions. He went to try and see if he could make the move up the inside of Elisa Stolcimani. However, by trying that move, he lost momentum, and he's lost momentum to Stolcimani. He's also lost momentum to the driver behind, because Mate Kobehidze has gone sub 45 seconds on that previous lap. 44.998 for the 231 out of Georgia, and not the state in the USA, but also another proud nation within Eastern Europe. Last lap underway. Just under a second covers the top four. After 12 laps, we're on lap 13. And Kobehidze, the driver with the Ayrton Senna da Silva tribute helmet, that on the left side, down towards the bottom of the helmet, it says, "Seek your truth." Well, Mate Kobehidze's truth is to try and get through. And one of the drivers in front is now through into turn 9 for the final time. What a drive it's been, with drama on the opening lap for Rasmus Koskinen. One driver has kept pushing and has stayed belligerent at the front end of the field. Selima Franek wins junior final 2 from lights out to checkered flag. What a run for the 2.85 from Bambini Racing. Absolutely brilliant. Elisa Stolcimani takes second, Adrian Tions third, Mate Kobehidze from I think just outside of the top 10 makes it to fourth, and also puts in the fastest lap of the race of 44.934. Well done, Mate, great job. Fernando Pemre, Timothy Vladimirov, Marcel Rudnicki, Robin Semet, Natan Rybczynski, and Hans Markus Narusk ran out the top 10. Gabriel Moises, Markus Jauk, Gaspar Kiskola, Quela, Nico Lindholm, and Tom Strela ran out the top 15. Imunas Volbekas, Mirokoski, Dovidas Rasis, and then we got Nicholas Huotari and Rafael Zanask rounding out the 20 finishers. Lap 8, we lost Aloysius Sekavicius, and on the opening lap, well, Marius Karasiaukas, and the biggest surprise, the pole sitter, Rasmus Koskinen. That ends juniors for the first two finals. We'll see who will be where on the grid, but I think by my provisional thought process here, Adrian Tions may be our pole sitter for the super final. Up next, it's Senior Rotax final number 2. Let's take you through the grid for senior final number 2. Aaron Kivelio and Artyom Sestikovs line up on the front row of the grid. Behind them, Bruno Perle and final 1 number winner, Miska Kaskinen. Enrikas Klapikas and Santeri Laitinen round out row 3. Ahead of Carl Christian Tukru, Marta Spike, Paul Hamburg and Jon Kaspar Joipera, who round out the top 10. Dovidas Gudlevicius, Linas Volunjevicius, Ruperitus Buvidis, Milo Kaskinen, Lado Kuhenidze, Oliver Kerg, Oskar Savitsky, Gustav Zuzakovs, Karl Korenik and Oli Petri Munne round out the top 20. Completing the 32 strong grid, Sebastian Adari, Ivari Tui Mileto, Elias Sharameta, Tonis Johannes Dominguez, Nois Geraraitis, Alandas Aladavicius, Romas Rodinos, Sonja Grönlund, Romet Pakas, Amni Reban, Daniel Kukuruzov, Edvardas Fonka, Julius Dagis, and Armandas Sakalis round out the 34 strong grid. The drivers make their way through the cut-off area into the tram lines. Revs rise. Lights are not out. That is a full start. They go around for another formation lap. We've already had 1 red flag stoppage due to 2 successive full starts. That was the very first day of the race meeting for final 1 for Micromax. And again, the drivers told to slow down. Now they've got to bunch up it together all over again. And it's going to be down to Kivelio and Sestikovs to control the rolling start. Out of the final corner, into the tram lines. Revs rise, lights are on, lights are out. And Kivelio leads the way. Sestikovs trying to go around the outside through turn 1. It didn't work this time. Is there going to be an opportunity for the 316 of Bruno Perle to get through? Not quite. Miska Kaskinen having to wait, too wide, just outside of the top 10. As this time we do see the likes of Marta Spike making it through. She was the driver that was catapulted into the air and ended up backwards into the barriers on the opening lap last time around. But in the meantime, good battle for what is 4th and 5th. That's Bruno Perle versus 344. Tukru. Also got the likes of Santeri Laitinen and Tukru, who have not yet changed positions. They were 6th and 7th respectively after the opening lap, and that could be very, very close indeed. One driver making some moves as well. That's Gustav Zuzakovs in the 389. He's making some moves like he did previous time around. Well, it's got a little bit messy, and one has gone off big time. Didn't quite catch the number, but there is one kart that is going to be dustier than everybody else. So there are your top 4, 5, 6 drivers. And it looks like Bruno Perle might have been one of those that went off. But it is very much close and personal at the front end of the field. Klepikas now down into 4th. Kaskinen looking for a move on Sestikovs for 2nd place, and then can start chasing down the race leader. Kivelio Lantanen puts in the fastest lap of the race, and there was the move from Miska Kaskinen that I was waiting and hoping for. Gets that done within the first 4 laps of the race. That's rather crucial. If you can start early and have everything ready, ship-shape and Bristol fashion to do what you need to do. It's a bit of a Herculean effort. They have to try and do that, but it is not going to get easier for Kiviliö, because there is Miska Kaskinen. And change for the race lead, change for second. Mistake there by the race leader, Adam Kiviliö, through turn 2. Opened the door so wide. It was like a horse doing a wheel kick into a pair of barn doors, and has just literally opened them up, both at the same time, for the drivers that now are holding onto the lead and also second. One of which is Kaskinen, as another one goes off. That's one of the Paralins. Oh, they are really getting their elbows out today, folks. Still the battles wage onwards with 4 minutes and 45 seconds. Still on the timing to go. Kaskinen leads his lead after lap 5. It was nearly 7 tenths. We're on the verge of completing lap number 6 of what could be a 12 or 13 lap session for the drivers. Carl Koredik in 16th just took the fastest lap of the race. I think that might be now in the hands of Miska Kaskinen, who's been up front close and personal. There are still some really good moves happening up and down the order. A little bit further outside of the top 5. As Billy Vicious has lost out to Volodya Vicious. Gustav Zuzakovs now finds himself in 5th place. That's more like it, Gustavs. I know your dad Yanis is cheering you on from the sidelines, which means that Uzakovs has less than 9 tenths to find to try and get through on Henrikas Klepikas, who in turn has started falling off a little bit from the back of the top 3. We make that the top 4. So Uzakovs is just coming to shot. He's trying to chase down the 3 in front. And what's more, Miska Kaskinen continues to expand that lead. What is it now? Nearly 1.4 seconds. And another new fastest lap as things are getting hot and heated under the collar here for 2nd, 3rd and 4th. Kaskinen 44.657, his fastest lap time in this 2nd final. As again, that's getting a bit too close. Don't start using the bumpers, boys. But the battle at the front is still waging on like a good one. Rivio keeping Sestakovs very honest. They've also got the 3-2-0 of Klepikas also right with them. This is not going to be easy by any stretch of the imagination, because in the meantime, Miska Kaskinen is on course to putting himself onto provisional pole position for the final later on this afternoon. That'll be the super final number 4 out of 6 today. And up the inside, finally, Klepikas gets the breakthrough needed. So 2 laps remain. There's still all to play for. Second to 5th, covered by just over 6.5 tenths. And no one's giving an inch away. Neither is anyone taking a mile. But sometimes you do have to go for broke and give it a send like Danny Rick would do and see what transpires. Timer has run out. Sestakov looks up above. See how far away the cloud cover is. I can't really see anything. I've been underneath the starboard. Oh dear. Right, well, someone's had a big old off coming out of turn number 1. That's not what you want to do on the final lap of this race. Win it or bin it is not always the right answer. But it is going to be 2 for 2. Miska Kaskinen does the double, winning by 4.1 seconds. Ahead of Artem Sestakov's Linus Volunjevicius. Rounds out the top 3. Adam Kivlio, 4th, ahead of Gustav Zusakovs. That Latvian will find himself in the top 10 come the super final later on, ahead of Santeri Laitanen, Kao Kriston Tukru, and Henrikas Klepikas, Oli-Petteri Muni, Lado Guenidze, Spike, Oliver Kerg, Joel Kasper Jopera, Bruno Perla, Dovidas Gudlevicius running at the top 15. But there are your race results. Kaskinen wins the final number 2 for seedings ahead of Artyom Sestakovs, Linus Volunjevicius, Adam Kivlio, Gustav Zusakov, Santeri Laitanen, Carl Kriston Tukru, Henrikas Klepikas, Oli-Petteri Muni and Lado Koenice round out the top 10 ahead of Marta Spike, Oliver Kerg, Jorg Kaspar Jopera, Bruno Perla. We then had Dovidas Gudlevicius, Tonis Johannes Tumingus, quite a few other brands. If you are looking for brand awareness, please get in touch with Chrono Karting. on with DD2, final number 2 here at Siauliai. And here is your starting order. Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis and Maxim Shurko will line up on the front row. Emil Zakmans and Edgars Vilkans will be on row 2. Martin Zinovskis and Tomasz Birsins. Row 3, Ragnar Viras and Richard Svegvargas. And at row 4, completing the top 10, Andreas Upkaup and Thomas Rudokas, Johan Bain, Norris Stenebergs, Patrick Oimets and Martinez Baciunas will complete the grid. No, a non-starter again for Chris Jean Zemes. Chris, I hope we have you back at a later round of the season. Of course, a non-start, not exactly the best way to kickstart the Rotax Nordic season here in 2024. Just had to do a big old thumbs up to Jack Collinson, who's just walked past. Great job by him in final 2 for Minimax, but 9 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Well, 10 minutes on the timer plus an additional lap. Revs rise. That's a false start. I mean, there is a trend starting to happen here, isn't it? Yeah. We'll just do a full start on the first one and get it right second time. What if you don't get it right second time? There'll be a telling off. Like naughty little children in a classroom. Right, second time of asking. So it is down to Loch Mellis and Shurko to control the pace. Now they start. Here we go. Revs rise. The lights are out. We are under green flag conditions. And, well, not at all. Dearie me. One of the drivers going very, very wide. That was Maxim Shurko coming out of turn number 2. Through turn 1. One driver trying to make some moves up the order. Gets an overtake thrown straight back up there inside. Well, Edgars Vilkans for, oh, dearie me. There is, I think drivers is just getting a bit too exuberant again. We're seeing drivers make mistakes and come out of corners and they're hitting the dusty grass. It is really, I thought Zandvoort was sandy and dusty like at nobody's business. Here in Siauliai, around the surrounding area that we've got here, the grass is very dry. There's a lot of dust towards the edges of the grass runoff areas here. Well, they're not exactly runoff areas, they're just grassy parts of the circuit. Patrick Snolls, Loch Mellis opens up a gap of 1.3 seconds over Emils Akmans, who is now up into P2 ahead of Maxim Shurko. 4th, Martin Zinovskis, I think, or, yep. 5th, Edgars Vilkans. 6th, well, Ragnar Viras' livery isn't exactly unnoticeable, let's say. As, Shurko gets the elbows out, forces Akmans wide. Oh, that's caused more problems behind. Oh, Janowskis and Vilkans come together. A little bit of a bump and run there by Rudokas on the kart in front. Oh dear, it just got all kinds of messy at that part of the circuit, and now, oh well, Birsins gets his way through on Viras, who had, I think, probably a combination of chronic oversteer and understeer in the same corner, and that drops the 441 in front. Right, that's going to put him behind Tomasz Birsins, in front of Edgars Vilkans. Johan Vane is also looking for an opportunity. So is Martin Janowskis. But after 3 laps, the lead held by, well, Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis is away and clear. Maxim Shurko, second. Third, it's Emil Zakmans. Fourth, that is Birstins. Fifth, Vilkans. Viras down to 6th. Vane, Janowskis, Oibets, and Rudokas. That is your top 10. And Rudokas is still the smallest driver in the class. And a bit of a drama there for Edgars Vilkans and Thomas Birstins. Around the outside, Ragnar Viras gets through on Edgars Vilkans. That just goes to show that you can make the best of an opportunity like that. And what's more, Ragnar Viras took full advantage of the situation that was in front of him. It was Birstins and Vilkans that compromised each other, and then Viras went, right, watch this, round the outside at the final corner. And that's not easy. That's not easy. The two drivers that compromise each other in front of you, you've got to make a split-second decision. You're either going left or you're going right. And what did Viras choose? He went right. Vilkans up the inside of Birstins. Coming through out of turn number 11 into turn 12. Birstins might have the slipstream. Viras now closing in on Emil Zakmans for 3rd place. Now there is still so much of this race that could happen. There is still plenty more turns and twists in the storyline ahead. But how many will there be? Well, we'll find out. We'll find all that out together. Well, Maxim Shurko was trying to put a little bit more, close that distance between himself and Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis. The gap now just under 1.6 seconds. Shurko with a new fastest lap. 45.049 for the 435, representing Lithuania. Running with the Lithuanian Birolart squad. Martinas Stankovičius, I'm not even trying to try an attempt to try and pronounce that, because I'd probably get it all sounding like mush. Thomas Rudokas is trying to get through on Patrick Oimets for that 10th place. But, well, Edgars Vilkans has now just responded. Fastest lap of anybody, 44.784 for the 471, running with RM Latvia, who for quite a number of years have been running with the Sodi karts. Four minutes still to go, plus an additional lap. It's anyone's game here. Now, Shurko has just put in another new fastest lap. 1.2 is the gap between first and second position, as they have already made their way out of turn number 4 and into 5. Maxim Shurko has got the opportunity to try and close that gap up to Patrick Knowles-Lochmelis. Emil Zakmans now, he's in P3, he's got a little bit of clear air in front of him, and now the 454 from Latvia can push. We've had 472. Patrick Oimets. Now, that was a Birolart kart that was involved. I've got a feeling that might possibly be Thomas Rudoka, so we're quite close to each other out on track. Lochmelis trying to keep a lead. That lead is being chopped away at by a certain Maxim Shurko. Gap now 8.5 tenths. Fearless leading the chance to try and go after Emil Zachmans, who is currently in third and is holding station thus far. Tomasz Birstins now has the new fastest lap of the race. 44.623. Lap after lap, Shurko is responding, and he's like a hot knife through cold butter on a Saturday afternoon in the sunshine. That gap looks to be closing again between the top two. So 2 laps to go, including this one. The laps have counted down pretty highly so far. Lap number 13. Does Maxim Shurko have a trick up his sleeve? But when a leader does a pretty good job, you don't really concentrate on him. 2 to go, but look how close Maxim Shurko is on the race leader. And there they are, line astern through turns 2 and 3. Now into the right at 4. Shurko waiting for the opportune moment to lunge up the inside of Patrick Snow's Lochmelis. Not through at 6. Once again, up towards turn 7. And again, it's just a case of keeping your nose clean. That's exactly what... Oh, no! That was not... Oh, that was not a gap. I'm sorry, that was not a gap. Maxim Shurko went for the move. The move was closed up. Lochmelis had the right of way. And I think that's all on Maxim Shurko. Obviously, I'm not a race steward, but that was a late lunge, and it nearly cost Patrick Snow's Lochmelis the race victory. It could still do so, because look who's closing in. Emil Zachmans. Ackmans is closing in, so is Virus, so is Vilkans. Just a handful of corners to go through turn 9. A lucky escape for Latvia's Patrick Snow's Lochmelis. He's going to defend it to the hilt, because out of the final corner, it's going to be 3 wide. Run to the line. Virus. I think Virus got it. He got it by 27 thousandths. 4 wide out of the final corner. Ragnar Virus steals the win. Wow. Lochmelis must have picked up significant damage after that contact with Maxim Shurko, but Ragnar Virus, you cheeky little so-and-so, went up the inside. Others went to the outside. It was 4 wide across the line. Virus wins final 2 for DD2 by 27 thousandths. Vilkans second. Third was Emils Ackmans, a further 9 1,000ths behind, and Patrick Snow's Lochmelis, 0.106. That was how the top 4 were covered. Thomas Birsins, Martin Zianovskis, Maxim Shirko ran at the top 7. Shirko still with the fastest lap to his credit. Ahead of Rikas Vegvargas and Johan Vane and Norris Danebergs running at the top 10. Thomas Rudokas, Martinez Balciunas and Andres Ubkaup running at the 13 that finished. Patrick Oimets, unfortunately, on lap 8 retired, but by a whisker. Virus steals the win in DD2, final 2 with a 4-wide drag race to the line. Well, we have the DD2 Masters Final 2 now getting underway with the sighting and formation lap. And here is your starting grid. Martinez Stankiewicz will lead from pole position. Mikolas Mazinis will be alongside on the front row. Pretsai will be on the inside of row 2 with Rikas Kaunsins alongside. Lukas Leonovicius, Ignorm, Odrius Kragas and Argotam rounding out the 8 strong drivers. They now go on to their official formation lap. After this, we will have the final race for the baby class, and then we'll have the awards giving ceremony for both baby and for Nano, and then we'll get underway with our super finals. And that is when it's go for gold, go for trophies, put it all on the line. DD2 Masters will also close out the show, and there you can see on your screens there is the big chill out area with the Rotax banners just to its immediate right hand side. There you'll see a big screen. I'm the one hidden behind it. And it has been a location of shelter amidst all this bright sunshine here today in Siauliai. So the lights go out and we're underway. And oh, Mikolas Mazinas does it again. Tries to go on the offensive against Blitzai, who manages to get through on him. And again, it was front bumper to rear bumper contact, but Blitzai still holds station in the race lead. So Lukas Leonovicius ends up tumbling, I think, to the back end of the field. So do we have, I'm just wondering, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ah, right, we only have 7 drivers because Lukas Leonovicius has not gotten through the first lap, it looks like, and won't be taking any further part in this race. I can't see it from my vantage point where the kart of the Leonovicius, which is the 518, has come through, but Rickard's Count seems now gunning for 3rd position and is right on the coattails of Mikolas Mazinas. Up the inside, through into the next right-hander before the apex. Count seems gets through for P3, then signals to Mikolas Mazinas as if to say, right, I know we're both quick, let's go and catch the 2 in front. Let's have a little game of you scratch my back, I scratch yours. Let's put our pace in and see if we can catch them. Nine tenths covers first to second. And Rickard's Count seems is what, it's about 0.97 of a second. Behind Plitzai in 2nd place. And there is the race leader, winner of Final 1, Martin Stankiewicz, who put it on pole position in time qualifying earlier on today. He might be part of the organising team, well, the person that organises the Rotax Max Lithuania Challenge, but you can't keep that man away from a race seat. You'd have to tie him up with several ropes and make sure that he can't break out of them, and keep any sharp objects that could actually cut through a wooden rope away from him at more than arm's length. So at the minute, so the lead is now just over a second. Make that 1.2. The gap between Pritzai and Rickard's Kalnzeems isn't shrinking. And I'm looking at the lap times between Rickard's Kalnzeems and Mikolas Mazinas. Mazinas is actually fractionally slow. Of course, sometimes when you're in the dirty air of someone in front of you, that can actually compromise your lap times. So from that perspective, it never is easy when you're trying to go along with someone. And if you feel that you might be that little bit quicker, but also there's a little bit of a conservation aspect with regards to going through finals, and then you're trying to encourage yourself to do a little bit of mechanical sympathy whilst managing your tyres, whilst keeping your karts in as neat, as pristine as possible. There are some karts that will be a little bit battle-scarred come the end of this weekend, but they'll be nice and clean and pristine for the next outing. more than likely with a fresh sticker kit to boot. Then there'll be some that will just need a little bit of a wipe down. Case in point, Martinas Stankiewicz. And still, you cannot separate the two of Ricards Kalnzeems in third and Mikolas Mazinas in fourth. Now, Mazinas is within about a kart length and a half, going through into turn one. Into turn 2 and 3, make that half a kart length. So it is a case in point. Does Mazinas pull the pin on the grenade and get past Kalnzeems? Because the longer he stays behind Kalnzeems, the more he could feel that he's being a little bit hung up to dry, so to speak. And now Mazinas decides, oh, it's side by side between the pair. Kalnzeems runs off circuit ever so slightly. But it was only a matter of time. Mazinas decided, right, I'm going to pull the trigger. I'm going to go up the inside at turn 1 and see what happens. And he gets through for third place. This could be a little bit of clear air that he needs to try and close in on Pritsai with, but with 2 minutes and 25 seconds still to go, plus that additional lap, can Mazinas catch up to Pritsai? He won't catch Stankiewicz, that very much is certain, but if he can get himself up onto P2 in this second final, then that will hopefully happen. But again, exemplary form being showcased front and centre by Martinas Stankiewicz. No Martinas now for, I think, a good 4 years now. And he's a great guy. He's a very, very passionate, very enthusiastic individual off track, but a family man, but also loves his racing. And with just over a minute to go, his lead over Pritsai is now nearly 2.5 seconds. That in this time scale won't be decimated, won't be cut down, because you look at how smooth, how efficient the steering inputs are from Stankiewicz. Through into turn number 12 once again goes the 533, the man who also runs and operates not just this championship, but also the Lithuanian Birol Art squad, who have had plenty of successes over the past 2 to 3 years in Rotax competition. So timer counts down, 15 seconds to go, plus an additional lap. Next time around it will be the last lap of the race. So we're on lap 12 out of 13. So timer expires. Stankiewicz sees the final lap board. Just under 1.1 kilometres remains for the 533. Pritsai holding on to second. Mazinas has tried to close that gap. He's got it to just under 9.5 tenths. Heading on to the 13th and final lap. But it has been this man here. Stankiewicz. Calm, stoic in his methodology when it comes to racing. So Martinas Stankiewicz, pole position in time qualifying, continues the winning streak here in final 2 and wins by a comfortable 2 3/4 seconds. after 13 laps of racing. Pritsai takes second. Head of Majas Mazinas, Ricards Kalnzīms takes fourth place. Ikinorm from Estonia, fifth. Lukas Leonovicius not completing a single lap. We did also lose Argotam on lap 3, but Odris Kragas rounds out the 6 finishers. Stankiewicz books his place on the super final pole position later on. That concludes the finals for all the Rotax classes. We do have the babies coming up, the baby class coming up very shortly. Then there will be the prize giving award ceremony for Baby and Nano, and then it's time for the big one. It's time for the super finals very soon. Now it's time for the Superfinals, and here is the first of 6 that are going to be taking place here today. Drif&Go in Siauliai in Lithuania for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic Challenge, round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania Challenge. So Micromax will be going on an adventure over the next 9 minutes plus an additional lap. Jokubas Vaskelis starts from pole position. Emilis Juozaitis will be alongside on the front row. Oskaras Bitkovas and Toras Simnikas will be on row 2. Theo Steindal and Leonas Zarikov, the highest of the under-9 drivers, round out the top 3 rows ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas, Siauliai Kute, Oskaras Bakutis, Martins Lapins, Galles Brentsons, Remigius Kriausiunas, Elis Makkonen, Eero Räikkä, Joris Jalzenis, Jan Wozniak, Dominic Lepp, and Kasparas Kazimekas. Unfortunately, with the incident earlier, it is Andreas Manusis that went off to the local facility after the incident involving himself and Dominic Lepp. But 18 Micromax drivers vying for the win in the Superfinal. Out of the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. False start called. With all that anticipation, you get an anti-climax. Right, they've got to go round again. So we will reset the timer for 9 minutes plus an additional lap around this 1,130 metre circuit. 12 turns and all, runs anti-clockwise. 8 turns to the left, 4 turns to the right. So once again, the drivers get themselves steeled and ready for battle for one more time here in Siauliai. The next round of the Nordic Challenge for these drivers will be the 26th and the 27th of July in Arvete in Estonia. But now the focus is on one thing and one thing only. That is to get the textbook start here in the Superfinal. Out of the final corner, revs rise, lights are on. This time the lights go out, and it's the run down to turn number 1, and Juozaitis gets the slipstream. So does Simnikas. They both go to first and second through the opening corner, but straight away on the counter-offensive up the inside of Simnikas goes Vaskelis and retakes second position. Oh, and I did not see that out of shot, but someone was very, very lucky. I did not see if there was a little bit of an incident a little bit further back. Yes, there is one kart towards the back part of the field. The flags, unfortunately, getting in the way of the camera angle. Didn't really quite see what happened, but at the front end of the field, back in the race lead, it's Jokubas Vaskelis, being chased down by Emilis Juozaitis. Taras Simnikas in third. Fourth, Oskaras Bitkovas. And then a little bit further back, it's going to be 3 wide, possibly into the final corner. Theo Steindal up the inside, but still not able to make up 2 positions. Got 1, however, but the race lead being hotly contested. Vaskelis leads the way. Juozaitis hot on the heels of the number 24. Simnikas, what a drive again. Leonas Zarikov for the under-9s, running 4th on merit. A little bit further behind is the battle between Martins Lapins and the number 69, who's 6th, and the driver in front, Theo Steindal, in the number 33 Energy Corsa entry. They come through into turn number 10. Lead between first and second now up to just over 0.3 of a second. Still time for anything to happen. If anyone might remember, Vaskelis didn't have a good Superfinal last year. This time wants to make it a clean sweep. Juozaitis was pressurising the number 24 all the way through final number 2 earlier today. And now we've got a real race on our hands, because you can add to that Simnikas, and then you see that Leonos Zarikov has got the fastest lap of the race, the under-9 driver, 50.641 seconds. There's Theo Steindal jumping up and down in the seat to keep Martins Lapins at bay in the number 69. That's the battle for P5. Lapins looking for the opportunity to get through at turn 1. Steindal holds this line, but into turn number 2. Could have been a possibility of that happening. But, Zarikov sideways out of turn 3. Holds on like a champ. Well done, Leonis, on that particular moment that could have been so much more disastrous. However, Uazaitis was putting the pressure on Vasquez for the race lead. Now has got the pressure coming at him from behind. That's the number 88, Torasim Nikas, on the Viral Art chassis, not that far behind, and is gunning for not the 3rd step on the podium, but what's the 2nd one? At the very least, might want to try and go for the win. Vasquez, head down, flat on the throttle through turn 1. And now Zimnikas has a ringside seat right at the rear bumper of Uazaitis as they go through 4 into 5. Now into the left here at turn 6. It is nip and tuck between the pair, but that has allowed Jokubas Vasquez to get a little bit of an advantage at this stage. We're fast approaching the halfway point of this race, and still Vasquez holds on for the race lead. Uazaitis trying everything, using every single sinew, every tendon, every muscle fibre to not only hold at bay Torasim Nikas. Jokubas Vasquez, new fastest lap of the race, and expands the gap to 5.5 tenths of a second after 5 tours of this 1,130 metre circuit. And unfortunately, Oskaras Bitkovas will be ending up a lap down is at this rate, is currently 25.2 seconds behind the race leader. And cloud cover again hitting the circuit, this time a little bit darker than we've seen all day long. But a welcome breeze in the air for the drivers, but there is no let off. There is no respite. Gap now 8.6 tenths between 1st and 2nd. Vasquez looking to pull away and strike whilst the iron is hot and get the job done. That wind is really, really picking up now. It's blowing the entry list all over the place. At least I've got it on a clipboard. Thank goodness for that. But Uazaitis being closed in on once again. Three minutes to go. And Vasquez has a lead of nearly 1.2 seconds. A little bit further back, battles between Oskaras Bakutis and Salo Vagute. This is for 7th on the road. They are being chased by Emilis Kapkauskas, who was actually overtaken by Vagute just a moment ago. And Vagute trying to put the pressure on to Bakutis for that 7th place, but at the moment, not quite happening yet. And now Bakutis trying to hold off Vagute through into turn number 2. They were line astern through turn 2 and turn 3. But now the battle at the sharper end. Emilius Uazaitis is hanging on to 2nd place by a thread at the minute, because Taras Imnikas on the number 88 Birul Art chassis is still keeping the number 17 incredibly honest at this juncture. So, leader crosses the line, 3 laps to go. And at the minute, Jokubas Vaskelis has put in another fastest lap of the race again. 2 fastest laps in a row for the number 24 from Lithuania. Now leads by 1.9 seconds. And all the while, whilst Juozaitis is defending against Imnikas, it may not be evident, but I can notice it through the driving style of the number 17. But it has been very much metronomical for the driver out front, who's going to go on to the penultimate lap of the race. There is Jokubas Vaskelis. There's Juozaitis. There's Simnikas. And then along with them, not too far away after that slight mistake through turn 3, Leonas Zarikov in the under-9s, running 4th on merit, has done a sterling job, did exactly the same in final number 2 earlier on. Timer is counting down. 3, 2, 1. That's it for 9 minutes. 1 more lap to go. The race leader, Jokubas Vaskelis in the number 24, on course for a clean sweep this weekend here in Siauliai in the Micromax division. Through turn 1 for the final time. Last year, it was taken away unceremoniously from the number 24 in the Micromax Superfinal, but this time, Vaskelis has beaten everybody. And this has been an absolute pleasure and a joy to watch right here at the circuit. It's never easy when you're out front, but when you've got that kind of commanding margin of 2.4 seconds, it's worth it. 1 final corner remains, and the winner of the opening round of RMC Nordic for 2024 in Micromax, it's Jokubas Vaskelis, winning by 2.9 seconds. And what's more, the top 4, all local drivers. Vaskelis wins the Micromax Superfinal, making amends for 12 months ago. Anyone might remember Daniel Ricciardo's Monaco Grand Prix. That is redemption, ladies and gentlemen, and well earned, I must say. Vaskelis takes the win. Clean sweep for the number 24 over the course of the weekend. Emilis Juozaitis and Taras Imnikas round out the top 3. It's a 4th Lithuanian. And what's more, it's the under-9s winner, Leonas Zarikov, who takes 4th place ahead of Theo Steindal. Martin Slapins, Salo Vaikute takes 7th, and with it, the fastest lap of the race. Emilis Kapkauskas, Oskaras Pakutis, Eroraika Jan Wozniak, they round out those positions, but the timing has changed as we next up head to our Mini Max Super Final.
Gali pasivaikščiot dar. Girdi? Maju. Gali pasivaikščiot dar, sakau, kartingai trasai.
Well, as the wind picks up here in Siauliai, we now go on to the Superfinal for Mini-Max Series, your starting order. 25 drivers set to take part. Nikita Lubimov starts from pole position, ahead of Patrikas Jokius. Ilari Harmonen and Marius Mazinas round out row 2. Rodrigo Kakers and Michael Zayak round out row 3, ahead of Alex Menezes and Joris Stankiewicz. Jack Collinson and Jonas Bundis round out the top 10. Klaus Hans, Tomas Kalarovicius, Elia Veliko, Janet Saloranta, Martin Streber, Mikko Grantins, Normantas Alvarsevicius, Tauvidis Dagis, Loninas Kalarovicius, Joris Fluxner, Ralf Rakaitis, Adam Jordatis, Keita Spike, Oskar Esguoga and Marks Gononovs. Interesting that I did have a little bit of info about Ralf Rakaitis, who is actually in the UK. It's his second season in karting. He just moved up to the mini class, trying to gain more experience and learn new tracks. Well, you did a good thing coming over to the Nordic Challenge, my friend. In the last 6 months, Ralf has had many top 10 finishes on UK tracks and has shown amazing progress. Well, that's wonderful to hear. It's always good to hear on that front. So, this time, 10 minutes plus an additional lap. The drivers now make their way through the cut-through. And it's going to be all eyes on the lights. Red lights on the gantry. Out of the final corner. Red lights are on. Red lights are out. The finals, the super final is underway. And a good start from Nikita Lubimov. Ilari Harmonen slotting right in behind the Estonian as one goes wide. There's been an incident. Incident coming out of turn number 1. And there's carts around backwards. Oh dear. It was around about just after the top 10. One kart came rejoined as Ilari Harmonen goes for the race lead on Nikita Lubimov and might have just gotten through. Not quite. Not quite. Patrikas Jokius trying to go wheel to wheel with the driver in 5th position. I think that's Rodrigo Kakers in the number 153. But Ilari Harmonen is absolutely chomping at the bit to try and get through on race leader and final 2 winner Nikita Lubimov. But look at how close Harmonen is on Lubimov. Lubimov defends going into turn number 2. Nearly gets a bit of snap-on oversteer. Harmonen looks for the move through at turn number 3. They are wheel to wheel. Lubimov retakes the race lead through into turn 4. Had the racing line. And now this is bunching up everyone behind because they're all going to want to have a piece of this action that's happening. Marius Mazinas in 3rd. Patrikas Jokius, then it looks to be Rodrigo Kakers. Michael Zayak from Poland is there. So is Alex Menezes. Joris Stankiewicz, not too far behind. Joris Bundis and Jack Collinson round out the top 10. Collinson dives up the inside and takes 9th place. There could be a change for P2. Yes, there is. Mazinas through on Harmonen through the final corner. And now the Lithuanian charging forward towards the Estonian. Looks up the inside into turn 2. Stern defence, but that's going to put him wide for Lubimov. Back up the inside through turn 3. Goes Ilari Harmonen, the flying fin up to 2nd position. But this is really concertinaing the field big time. Up the inside on Patrikas Jokius. That's 4th now for Michal Zayak from Poland. Here comes Rodrigo Kakers and also gets through on the 125. Incredible, incredible what we're seeing. Close fought, elbows out action. And now Jack Collinson's got himself, I think, into the top 8. Let's just have a look. He's 7th at the moment. But Lubimov, look over the left shoulder. Harmonen right on the rear bumper of the Talvar Racing ace. And there is Mazinas waiting the wings to pick up the pieces. 7.25 minutes to go. And there is nothing being left to chance. No stone left unturned as Mazinas up the inside. Nice move. That was through at turn 5. Harmonen drops down to 3rd place. And any one, I can only say this again, any one of these drivers in the top 8, that's Lubimov, Mazinas, Harmanen, Zayak, Jokius, Kakers. Collinson's got the fastest lap of the race and is charging forward. He's 7th and moving up the order quickly. Again, another stern defence from Lubimov. Mazinas tries to look for the open door through turns 2 and 3, but there wasn't enough room for him to make that move stick. And now Michael Zayak up the inside, that's through at turn 5. That allows Jokius to get through. Harmanen dumped down to 5th. And Collinson's there as well. Collinson now, I think, is past Rodrigo Kakas. He is. He's now 6th. Lubimov and Mazinas have pulled a slight gap over the driver in 3rd position, Poland's Michael Zayak. It's anyone's guess right now as what's going to happen. But Mazinas looks for the inside move to get the lead through turn 1. And Lubimov denied him and off the circuit. Off the circuit, that's Jack Collinson. Oh, he got caught up interlocking wheels and Collinson manages to keep it out of the barriers. That is a real shame for the youngster. Harmanen gets through on Jokius for fourth place, and the latter returns the favour. The thing is, you can have one moment that decides your race. It can be the moment that decides you being on the top 3, getting a podium. It could also be the fact that your race comes to a premature end and you end up at the bottom of the table when it's all said and done and the dust has settled. But again, Lubimov, impertinent defence, has not let anyone get through really. Is only moving once off of the racing line. There's another move, but Mazinas back up the inside. Oh, Mazinas loses the momentum, loses 2nd, loses 3rd, and with that loses 4th. So now it's all changed once again behind Nikita Lubimov. It's like a game of musical chairs, but the music is the sound of the Rotax Max Evo engine. Top 10 covered by 3 seconds. Top 19 rounded out by, unfortunately, Jack Collinson, covered by what was about 10 seconds. Well, top 19 covered by 8.6 seconds after 7 laps. That is what you call a close race. Big time. But now Lubimov has got a new challenger and several other behind. Zayak is closing on in to the 133, the young Estonian, and is really picking up the pace. Up the inside for 3rd on Patrikas Jokius goes Majas Mazinas. 3 minutes and 20 to go. Mazinas gets the new fastest lap of the race. 48.308. If I'm going to say something quite important here. 18 drivers covered by 6.7 seconds. That is incredible. The composure, and also for these drivers, they are quite young, but you know what? They put on one fantastic show, and that's exactly what we've got here in Siauliai. This is setting a tone for the 2 other rounds for the Rotax Max Challenge, Nordic Challenge, heading to Aravete in late July, and then to Ropatsi in mid-August. Patrikas Jokius defending against Alex Menezes, and also the recovering Ilari Harmanen. Jack Collinson 1 space away from the top 15. Good recovery from the youngster, running proudly with the Latvian flag, but based in the northeast of the United Kingdom. Coming up to the final 2 minutes. And still too close to call, but Majas Mazinas Decides now is the opportunity. Gets through on Michiel Zayak to now retake second position. Lap 10 completed. 3 to go, including this one. And Majas Mazinas' new fastest lap, 48.308, was nearly 2 tenths quicker than the race leader. But the benefit of the doubt for Nikita Lyubimov is having track position, is the race leader. And when you have such a closely compacted mini-max field in this super final, you have to be on your A game all the way through. Every single corner, every single braking point, every single apex, every throttle application. How you're rotating the kart through the progressive use of the steering wheel in your hands. Across the line to complete lap 11. And Mazinas was within 2 tenths after 11 laps. It is going to be a run to the line, I'm sure, but will it involve the 2 drivers at the front? Or maybe the quintet behind may have a say in the matter, especially the one at the front of it, Michiel Zayak. And still again, into turn number 9. Lyubimov defends against Mazinas. Mazinas looks for the move, through at turn 11, and the Lithuanian gets through to take the race lead. Now it's the final 2 laps, 2.26 kilometers, 24 turns. And now Lyubimov has got the opportunity to retake that lead. But where does he decide to go for it? But could it be the fact that Michiel Zayak, who's right on the back bumper of the 133 from Talvar Racing? Don't even count out the driver in 4th, Patrikas Jokius, the 125 from GS Racing Club. Any one of these drivers could win this. Timer has expired. Next time around, it's the final lap, and it's going to be an absolute cliffhanger. The Minimax Super Final hits the final lap, and the lead for Majas Mazinas on home soil is over 4 tenths of a second as they head into turns 2 and 3 for the 14th and final time. And now Michiel Zayak looks to dive up the inside through at turn 6 on Nikita Lyubimov, but it wasn't enough, but that could open the door for Patrikas Jokius. It's not going to be enough for anybody to possibly rip away the win, but what might happen with regards to the podium? After 14 laps, a home racer takes the win. Majas Mazinas wins the Super Final in Minimax by 6 tenths of a second. Nikita Lyubimov led every single lap until lap 12, turn 11. That is what it means to a driver that waits, that bides their time and is patient. That is a sign of a winning driver. Well done to Majas Mazinas. You have to say, Nikita Lyubimov from Estonia put up one hell of a fight and takes second position in that one. Michiel Zayak makes it 3 different nations in the top 3, taking third, ahead of Patrikas Jokius, Joris Stankiewicz, Alex Menezes, Ilari Harmonen, Rodrigo Kakers, Ilya Veliko, Jonas Bundesrenner at the top 10, Mikkel Grantins, and great comeback for Jack Collinson, up to 12th by the checkered. Joris Bluxner, Martin Streber, Lorinas Kararevicius, Klaus Hans, Janet Solaranta, Tafiris Stagis, Tomis Kararevicius, Normantas Arvasevicius, Marks Goranovs, Ralfs Rakatis, Keta Spike, and Oskaras Gorga round out the 24 that finished. And unfortunately, on the opening lap, Adam Giordaitis would retire from the race. 2 Superfinals down. 4 to go. Next up, Junior Rotax. Here's your starting grid. Adrian Tion starts from pole position. Sulima Franek, who did a fantastic job in final number 2, lines up on the outside of the front row. Then, joining them on row 2, Alise Stolchamani and the young Georgian, Mate Kobahidze. Timothy Vladimirov and Tom Strela round out row 3. Fernando Pemre and Marcel Rudnicki round out row 4 with Mariusz Karsiaukas and Robin Semet rounding out the top 10. Natan Rybczynski, Markus Jaug, Kaspar Kiskuela, Gabriel Moises, Hans Markus Norusk, Miro Koski, Niklas Hutari, Davidas Rassis, then we've got Nico Lindholm, Jonas Volbekas, Rafael Zenask, Rasmus Koskinen, and Aloisas Sekavicius rounding out the grid. I do have to say a big thank you to Edgars, one of the team here at No Limits, who I've had the pleasure of working alongside with for quite a few, I think it's now year 2. He's piloting the drone, and he has just noticed in the background that in Siauliai city centre it is raining. I don't know whether the wind is going to push it this way. I'm hoping it does not, but you never know. 12 minutes. Plus an additional lap here at Siauliai to decide our junior super final winner. Into the tram lines, revs her eyes, lights are out first time, and we're underway. Tions leads the field into turn number 1. Stolchamani in second. Vladimirov up to 3rd place, ahead of Kobahidze. Franek down to 5th place, behind the 231. From Georgia, running with SM Racing, the same stable as, that was a little bit of an assist there from Sulima Franek. And then tries to get up the inside of Mate Kobahidze, who ends up drifting a little bit wide. Nearly goes into the path of the, I think that was Karsiaukas in the 273 as the field makes their way into turn 11 for the first time. Pretty much all line astern. You can hear the clinks of the chains hitting the chain guards. But Adrian's Tions and Elisa Stolchamani lead the way. They have a bit of a gap between themselves and the 238, based just outside of Riga. Tom Strela. As there is an attempt, possibly going through in towards what was turn 6, now into 7, into the left, the first of the triple left, very reminiscent of Istanbul Park in Formula 1. 3 lefts in a row, 8, 9 and 10 here at Siauliai. Then into the right at 11. As it's getting a bit elbows out at the moment. Mate Kobahidze, I think that might have been with, well, I'm not too sure which driver that was with. Possibly with Rudnicki maybe, but look how close. It's a Latvian 1, 2, 3. And now it is going to be a case of who's going to do the best job here. Well, Tom Strela is not hanging about, folks. Up the inside, through textbook like you can. And that is Strela up past Stolchamani for 2nd place. And there you can see the paddock and all the awnings here, comprising of 151 drivers this weekend. And it's great to see. You can see all the locality here in Siauliai. It's a wonderful part of the world. And when I got the call to come back, well, who's got the call to go into the race lead? Drama for Adrian Tions. I don't know what happened. Did he just suddenly slow down or make a mistake? Because he's just gone from 1st to 5th. So straight through has gone Strela, Stolchamani, Franek, Vladimirov. And then, for good measure, well, Karsiaukas is right behind Tions. That was uncharacteristic of Adrian's. He might have just lost purchase, or is there an issue? Now, Sulima Franek gets through on Elisa Stolchamani, but this is going to give an opportunity for Tom Strela to start pulling away in the 238 machine. And now, I did see something just come off And I'm not too sure if it might have been off of Tom Strella's kart. It looked like it was probably like a big round washer or something like that. Not 100% sure. But now you can see how close these drivers really are. The entire field, apart from Rafael Zanask, covered by 9.1 seconds. So Rasmus Koskinen and Aloisa Sekavicius, non-starters. 21 drivers are contesting this one. They are covered from front to rear bumper by just under 13 seconds. And now Vladimirov fancies an opportunity possibly to get past Alisa Stolchamani, but just like her elder brother Thomas is known for sternly defending. And Vladimirov tried at that particular occasion. That would have been through at turn 6. That nearly opened the door for Adrians Tions to get through. So Tions has the fastest lap. So the 2.71 is the fastest driver out there. 45.651. I think it just might have been an uncharacteristical mistake from Tions, which meant that he dropped the ball big time. But that's given the opportunity to others to stay ahead. There's still 7.25 minutes to go. Anything can happen, folks. Anything within the realms of possibility can happen. But someone did go very, very wide, I just saw. That was through turn 5. So someone might have had a little bit of a brown trouser moment, to be honest with you. Very, very close indeed, but that driver managed to keep themselves on the circuit pretty much. Now, Natan Rybczynski, who last year actually competed in this round of the championship as a Minimax driver, runs with Bambini Racing. If I remember correctly, one of their also alumni is a certain Kasper Turaboyski, if I remember correctly, who I think might have also competed in the Rotax Nordic Challenge. But still, it is going to be very, very close indeed. Between third, which is Alisa Stolchamani, down to Mate Kobeidze. The gap is a second, give or take, like nothing. So any one of these drivers could end up, at the very least, in the top 3 and getting a trophy to take home. But Sterler is leading, but not by much, because Sulima Franek is right on the case with the SM Racing driver. And just like Kobeidze, Strela runs with SM Racing over here, as that is a move, that is a change for position. Rybczynski through on Tions. So just like Sterler, Kobeidze also runs with SM Racing here. And now also, oh, that's a bit of a bump over the curbs for Mate Kobeidze. It sprung him skywards and caused him to lose all that momentum and not allowing him to get through on Adrians Tions at that juncture. As I was about to say before, Mate rudely interrupted me. No, I'm kidding. Caught my attention. That's probably the better way of saying it. Strela and Kobeidze both run with SM Racing over here, but also in European and international competition. They are also part of the powerhouse run by multi-time British karting champion, who's had plenty of success over a racing career, now one of the most de facto team owners in European modern-day karting. Dan Holland Racing, run by the man, the myth, the legend, Dan Holland himself. As Kobeidze finally gets through, threading the eye of the needle coming out of turn number 12, and gets through. That is now 6th place for the Georgian. We have just over 4 minutes to go, plus an additional lap. So at the minute, top 10 are Strela, as now there's going to be a change. Oh, Kobeidze dives up the inside of Rybczynski, who tried to get through on Vladimirov, and now Tions is struggling. And just behind him, trying to catch the number, 217. That is Marcel Rudnicki, another one of the Bambini Racing Squadron. And I think, yeah, Tions knows that it's going to be out of reach either for getting a win or a podium. He was all smiles when I spoke to him earlier, but sometimes some races go your way, and then when you get to a final, the story has another twist, and it puts you into a moment of despair. The 273 of Marius Siauliai now holds the fastest lap of the race, as Mate Kobahidze is going hunting and is after Timothy Vladimirov. If that Georgian manages to get past Vladimirov, then he might have an opportunity to try and close the door and catch up with Elisa Stolchamani. Meantime, Franciszek now leads ahead of Strela. So Poland versus Latvia at the front end of the field. But with 2 1/4 minutes there is still a possibility, because Elisa Stolchamani is now within a second of the overall race lead. And looking at the lap times, Franek was quickest, Strela was slowest out of the top 3. Stolchamani was 71 thousandths quicker than Tom Strela on that last lap. We're on lap 14 of the race. We could have possibly, once they cross the line, maybe 3 to go. Still nip and tuck between the pair. A kart length separating Franek and Strela. Stolchamani waiting in the wings to pick up the pieces. Lap 14 completed. And 9 1/2 tenths separate the top 3. Kobahidze trying to get away from Vladimirov, but that's not happening. And that time, all 3 wide, and oh dearie me. That was so close coming out of turn 3 and into the right-hander at 4. Adrien Tions was piggy in the middle. I think it was Rudnicki and Siauliai that made it 3 wide. But it's going to be 2 laps to go this time around. And what is the gap between Sulima Franek and Tom Strela? 0.28. Stolchamani is storming forward. 7 tenths cover the top 3 with 2 laps to go. Lap 16 out of 17 underway here at Drif&Go in Siauliai in Lithuania. We could be treated to a grandstand finish because Stolchamani has been conserving a little bit. Now has been able to pick up the pace on the Sodi kart. Timer expires as the top 3 go through into turn 11 for the 16th and penultimate time. 1 more tour remains. Final lap underway. Franek leads, Strela second, Stolchamani third. Stolchamani could have a run on Strela here going into turn 2. Waits for it, discretion being the better part of valor. And now there is nothing to separate these 3 drivers, as Strela possibly look for a move up the inside. Stolchamani waiting for her opportunity. Now they're making their way into turns 9 and 10 for the final time. Sideways from Strela. Stolchamani nearly had an opportunity, but Strela, when he was sideways, covered that off as we've had an incident into turn number 10, and that is the 2.89. But it's out of the final corner. Poland and Sulima Franek and Bambini Racing win the Junior Rotax Superfinal here at Siauliai. And the winning margin 0.629 of a second. Tom Streller takes P2. Elisa Stolchamani not only takes third place, but the fastest lap in the process. Mate Kobehidze, one step away from the rostrum, but a brilliant effort. It's a gallant effort by the Georgian. I know his dad Vako will be very, very proud after that effort. Timothy Vladimirov, Adrian Stions, Mariusz Karsiaukas, Natan Rybczynski, Robin Semet, Marcel Rudnicki, Fernando Pemna, Hans Markus Narusk, Gabriel Moises, Marcus Jauk, Nemonis Volbekas, Kaspar Gisquela, Nikon Lindholm, Dovidas Rasis, Nicolas Hutari, and Miro Koski round out the drivers that finished. Rafael Zernask out of the race with one to go, with Rasmus Koskinen and Aloysius Sekavicius non-starters. Next up, it's the Senior Rotax Superfinal. Well, as you folks at home might have just heard, there are rumblings of thunder in the background here in Siauliai. We still have 3 more super finals to go, and we are ready and primed for the pièce de résistance. 34 senior Rotax drivers now head out on circuit for their super final. So here is your starting order. Miska Kaskinen leads from pole position, ahead of Linas Volunjevicius. Adam Kivlio and Karl Kriston Tukru round out row 2. Bruno Perle and Gustav Zuzakovs round out row 3. Santeri Laittonen and Henrikas Klepikas round out row 4. Completing the top 10, it's 2 of Estonia. Joel Kaspar Joipera and Oliver Kerg. Dovidas Gudlevicius and Lado Goenidze round out row 6 ahead of Karl Korenik. Atiom Sestikos, Oli Petri Munne, Sebastian Adari, Ivari Toimileto, Romans Rodinos, Noyo Sheloraitis and Milo Kaskinen rounding out the top 20. 21st, it's Tonis Johannes Domingas, followed by Oskar Savitsky, Alanda Saladovicius, Ilya Sheremetya, Daniel Kukuruzov, Paul Hamburg, Hubertus Buvidis, Rome Pakas, Marta Spike, Armin Rebane with Sonia Grönlund, Armanda Sakalis, Julius Dagis and Edvardas Fonka rounding out the 34 strong grid. "14 minutes plus 1 lap will decide our senior super final winner here for round 1 of Rotax Max Challenge Nordic. Into the tram lines, revs rise, lights are on. Lights are out first time. Here we go, it's the run down to turns 1 and 2. And Miska Kaskinen gets away early. And then we got the 3:04. That's of Volunjevicius that gets up into P2. Kivlio third. Now into the next left-hand hairpin at turn 6 before the rights here at 7. And already, after that electric lead that Miska Kaskinen has just gotten, that's 4 to 6 kart lengths at the very least. Drivers trying to go for real estate through turn number 11. Kaskinen has the lead. It's 9/10 after the opening lap. Echoes of Sebastian Vettel back at his days at Red Bull Racing. But a little bit of a nudge, a little bit of a hip check between the 3:44 and the 3:47 Aaron Kivlio and Carl Kiston Tokru. That was coming out of turn number 3. Gustav Suzukovs now finds himself behind the 3. Yeah, I'm trying to get the numbers right here. The 3:47 of Aaron Kivlio. And Uzakovs normally runs with Hunter Motorsport, based out of karting northeast at Wardenlaw in the Republic of Tyne and Weir. I'm sure Yanis, his father, appreciated that one. That's a shout out to the Hunter family. So Matt, Reese and Kai, hope you're all keeping well. So Kaskinen leads the way. And now Uzakovs gunning for second place at this early stage. There's still nearly 12 minutes to go. And Uzakovs just needs to be calm and proficient. And there he goes up the inside through at turn 12. That was an absolutely beautiful overtake by Uzakovs. As all, there's a bit of a calamity coming out of turn 12. 2 karts interlocking wheels and the drivers both getting compromised at the same time. But now it's Uzakovs versus Volunjevicius. Leitonen rounds out the top 4. New fastest lap by Artyom Sestakov in the 3:57. But unfortunately, Armando Sarkales. Oh, and we've had one go over on the roof. One go over off on the roof. Driver getting out from underneath the car. Red flag immediately. 11 minutes and 7 seconds. We've got our 7 race-induced red flag. Red flag has been called. So the senior super final, and it's the 3:25. Oscar Savitsky walks away. I am so pleased to see that. And, so red flag has been called. That is one of the most heart-wrenching things you can see in modern-day karting. But the biggest thing is both drivers walking away from the incident. A little discussion and a sportsmanship shake of hands. And I'm not too sure who the other driver... It might have been Gerolaitis. Noyes Gerolaitis might have been the other driver involved in the 363. It reminds me of the incident involving Oscar last year with Artyom Sestakov, where Artyom's actually went rolling over as well in final 2 for seniors last year, but still came back and raced his way up the field in the senior super final. So with just under 11 minutes plus an additional lap, we are at red flag for the senior super final. Now taking a look back at that brief replay that was shown to the viewers at home. Straight away, Oscar Savitsky, completely compos mentis, used his right foot to push him from underneath the 325. Now, what they're going to do is they're going to line them all up in single file. So it will be a single file restart. And then they will send them around for a lap. And then we'll be back under green flag racing conditions here at Siauliai. Big thank you to everyone that's been watching so far over the course of the day. Thank you so much for everyone that has brought in all their comments, including drivers that have been racing here. Joel Kasper Joipere, you've just been name-checked. So it has been heart in mouth, but we will be getting back underway with the resumption of the senior Superfinal very shortly.
Ой, бля.
So the senior super final gets back underway after a red flag stoppage following on from an incident between the 325 of Oskar Zawicki and the 363 of Nojus Jelolaitis, which means that we have to go back to the previous lap to restart this race. It will be, looks to be a single file restart, and that will be led by Miska Kaskinen. Linas Volunjevicius will be in second. So if it was in a safety car situation, Miska Kaskinen would be the de facto pace car once the safety car would peel into pit lane. So the drivers make their way through turn number 12 very shortly. And then at the yellow line, they can accelerate. Here we go. The senior Rotax Super Final restarts right now. And the battle for the race lead kicks up into high gear. Kaskinen leads ahead of Volunjevicius and Uzakovs. Uzakovs has got pace to win this particular event. And now dives up the inside. Great move there by the young man based out of Larkfield in the northeast of the United Kingdom. Gets through on Volunjevicius for that second place. Keep your eyes on Artyom Sestikovs, who at this time has the fastest lap of the race. Might be mid-pack, but things could change further to assist him. Now Kaskinen leads after what is lap 5. Has a lead of just under 6.5 tenths of a second. And in third place now, looks to be the 3-4-7. Aron Kivlio from Estonia. Laitanen is in the mix and is currently fourth. Volunjevicius now fifth ahead of Joipera. Tukru, Perle, Kurg, Gudlevicius. They round out the top 10 places. And now a dive up the inside through into P3. That looks to be Santeri Laitanen that has got through on Aron Kivlio. And now up the inside into turn 3 and, well, turn 2 and 3. Kivlio and Volunjevicius get through on Laitanen. Laitanen now down back in 5th place. Now on the restart, the drivers were 8.2 seconds adrift of each other from 1st to 30th. And Artyom Sestikovs is having difficulty trying to get past opposition. Sestikovs unfortunately disqualified through a technical infringement regarding the clutch in the first final. Meant that it put him all the way down at the order for this final. But Kaskinen leading, Uzakovs second. Kivlio third, fourth is Volunjevicius, Laitanen. That rounds out the top 5. A couple of drivers trying to make moves into turn 11, but stumbling over each other. Kaskinen now starting to put the hammer down. And Uzakovs unable at this time to respond, but maybe there could be a little bit of glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel for the 389. If Kaskinen starts over pushing or overheating those tyres, or they start falling away, and if Uzakovs has kept, was the 9-time 24 Hours of Le Mans winner and multi-time endurance champion Tom Christensen once said, you want to keep your weapons sharp. In karting, that's everything. Kart, tyres, engine and driver. They've all got to be on their A game. And whilst this battle for second position between Uzakovs and Gavilo continues onwards, Kaskinen now is pulling away. And Miska Kaskinen has a lead after 9 laps of 1.127 seconds. Uzakovs now with 6 minutes and 30 plus change and that additional lap at the end of the race now needs to start motoring forward. And the quartet from second to fifth, covered by less than 0.6 of a second. And they're pretty much close or thereabouts in terms of pace. Olli Petteri Munne in 12th position. Driver from Finland. The 3:12 now takes the fastest lap of the race, 44.612. And the wind is starting to pick up significantly here at Siauliai. Just a second ago, we saw the DD2 drivers getting themselves onto the dummy grid. But with a lead of over 1.4 seconds after 11 laps. Now after 12, it's going to be nearly 1.5. Miska Kaskinen has a lead that might, to the untrained eye, look unassailable. However, there might be some drivers like the two on your screens battling over second and third position respectively. Gustav Zuzakovs and Aron Kivlio from Latvia and Estonia respectively. Santeri Laittonen in fourth. Kyle Kriston Tukru and Linas Volunjevicius rounding out the top six. Now here comes the move for second. Kivlio through at turn one on Uzakovs. And still no one's giving up. They're putting everything into it. Mentally and physically. Just trying to extract the absolute maximum from the karts underneath you. And that is your companion around a 1,130 metre circuit. Well, the lead now is expanded to over 1.4 seconds. And mainly because of the fact that Miska Kaskinen, the 399 from Finland, just put in a marker and a half. 44.509, new fastest lap after 14 tours of this circuit. We've got 3 minutes plus one additional lap to go. Armandas Sakailis retired on the opening lap. Nojus Jarolaitis and Oskar Savitsky retired on lap 4, which was the incident that brought out the red flag. But again, still seeing drivers trying to make their way up the field. Artyom Sestakov, in the meantime, has got moved out of that lull in round about 15th position. Now runs P12 and is trying to close on in on Olli Petteri Munne for what will be 11th on the road. The gap between them 1.3 seconds. So whilst he's been trying to get through on other individuals, he's actually found he's being compromised, not being able to unlock the true pace of the chassis underneath him. And that's why Sestakovs is currently where he is. So there is the 3:44 of Kaukrisson Tukru. He is just ahead of Volonjevicius in the 3:04. Well, that was until Oliver Kerg decided to throw his 2 cents into the ring and dived up the inside of the 3:04. The 3:05 there. Actually, I was right in what I first said. It was the 3:04, the 3:05. The 3:04 there. But it is going to be a case of Miski Kaskinen. Didn't get pole position in time qualifying, but made it work all the way through the while. Heading into the final 45 seconds, plus additional lap of this race. We'll have 2 more finals to go, with DD2 and DD2 Masters up. After this senior Rotax Superfinal. A little bit of a wobble there for the 368 Oliver Kerg, and that's allowing the 321 of Jopera, and I think also the 312 of Munich trying to get through. Yes, that is the case. Timer counting down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time is up as the clock strikes 0. Next time around will be the final lap for these drivers before we see them in Aravete in Estonia towards the end of June. But the final lap is underway. Miski Kaskinen very much front and centre now, and has done everything that's been required to run his own race and not to worry about those behind. Just carry on what you're doing, which in many respects is quite pertinent. But Kaskinen has not put a foot wrong, and the Flying Finn dominates. And he wins by just over 2 seconds. Ahead of Aaron Kivlio. Santeri Laitinen denies Gustav Zuzakov's a podium. We're taking P3. Linus Volonjevicius, Kaukrisson Tukru, Oli-Petri Munne, Jon Kaspar Jopera, Artyom Sestakovs, Oliver Kerg. They round out the top 10. Laro Kuhanidze, Bruno Perle, Henrikas Klepikas, Ivari Tuimileto, Sebastian Adari, Paul Hamburg, Kauka Renek, Tonis Johannes Tumingas, Milo Kaskinen, Hubertus Pulvidis ran out the top 20 ahead of Sonja Grönlund, Romet Pakas, Ilya Sheremeta, Edvardo Svanka, Marta Spike, Alanda Saladovicius, Armin Reban and Daniel Kukurusov rounding out the 28 finishers. Lap 15, Julius Dagis retired along with Dovydas Gudlevicius and Romans Rodinovs. Lap 10. Lap 3, Noyus Gerolaitis and Oskar Savitsky with Armando Sakales retiring on the opening lap. 4 super finals down, 2 to go. Here it is, your grid for the DD2 Super Final. After the closest finish in RMC Nordic Challenge history, Ragnar Virus puts himself on pole position. Maxim Shurko will be alongside. Emils Akmans, who was having a little bit of a siesta down here a little while ago by the commentary position. I hope you're ready, because you're starting P3, my friend. Martin Janovskis starts 4th ahead of Thomas Birsins. Edgars Vilkans rounds out row 3, with Rikard Zvegvargas and Johan Bain rounding out the top 4 rows. Thomas Rudokas and Norris Dennebergs round out the top 10. Andreas Uppkaup, Martinas Balciunas and Patrick Oimets will round out the grid, because post-final 2, Patrick Snolls Lochmelis was disqualified for the entire event due to unsportsmanlike conduct in Parc Fermé and will not take part in the super final, from what I understand. So 13 DD2 drivers will take to the field. No Christian Zemes, who has been a non-start all the way through today's racing. So drivers weaving to side, from side to side. If final 2 was anything to go by, hold on to your hats. 2-speed gearbox racing in full effect in the Premier class. The definition of Rotax racing. Everyone starts to Constantina. And it is going to be down to Virus and Shurko that lead the way. Into the tram lines we go. Wait for it. Revs rise, lights are out first time, and it's the drag race to turn 1. Virus leads. And it's not, is it Shurko in 2nd? It is Emils Akmans in 3rd. I think that's, yeah, Thomas Birsins gets a good start as well. Up to P4 goes to 411. But Virus leads the way. Now into turn 7 for the first time. Top 4, line astern. You can't separate them, even if you tried. Now into turn number 11 they go once again. And Virus is going to lead, but by a whisker ahead of Maxim Shurko. Gap is a 10.5 exactly. Shurko now starting to get another breath of another second wind, and that's going to be third, that's going to be 2nd, 3rd. Could that be 4th by the end of turn 4 for Virus? Not quite. Birsins still trying to put Virus under pressure for that 4th place. And Virus definitely sternly defending. That allows Martin Janovskis to get through on him. And now gesticulation there from Martin Janovskis, saying to Birsins, look, I'm opening the door up on a silver platter. Go through, you're quicker than me. Go after him, go get him. And it's Rikard Zvegvargas. So at the moment, it's Shurko that leads. Akmans in 2nd, Virus in 3rd. With the latter having started on pole position. And now he's trying to break the toe and also give no opportunity. As to the left-hand side of me, I see 3 members of the Birillart team from Lithuania. They're cheering their men on. Shurko has a lead after this lap of 0.6 of a second. Akmans dropping Virus like a bad habit at the minute. Gap between them is nearly 1.1 and climbing, because of the fact that Virus is having to sternly defend against Thomas Birsins, who's gunning for that final step on the podium. And Virus still holding that defensive line. still not wavering. So the win might be out of the question for one Ragnar Virus. But can he keep a hold on that third step on the rostrum? Well, Beerstin's a little bit smoother through turns 2 and 3, and if Virus was any wider, he would have opened up unceremoniously both barn doors, and that would have given the perfect opportunity for Thomas Beerstins to canter through it like a prized racehorse. Eleven and a quarter minutes, plus that all-important additional lap, means that there is one driver that is trying to stride away into the distance, and that driver's name is Maxim Shurko on the 435. Virus might have to be defending all the way through the next 11 minutes, and that is a Herculean effort through what is a 15-minute plus an additional lap Superfinal. It's all about conserving your tyres, waiting for the opportune moment to strike and get through when your opponent least expects it. As Beersins was looking for a possible nose up the inside at turn 11 on Virus for P3. Loses that momentum, puts him straight back into the clutches of Janovskis. Rotax is the fastest driver out there, the young Lithuanian, in 8th place. Just put down the fastest lap of the race, 44.844. And is closing in on Richard Sveg-Vargas for what is 7th on the road. As there is a little bit more room starting to show between Virus and Beerstins. The gap last time around was about 2 tenths. It's more like 4. It could be even more. It could be more. It could be less. It's round about 3 tenths of a second that Virus has got over Beerstins. But no matter what Thomas Beerstins tries, he's unable at the minute to get through on Ragnar Virus, despite last time around having set the fastest lap of the race, 44.662. Coming down to the final 8 minutes and 50, Maxim Shurko is not looking back, just concentrating on the task at hand, which is to keep all comers at bay. However, Thomas Rotax is looking for a move on Richard Sveg-Vargas and nearly got the job done through turn 11. But just as we've seen time and time again over the course of the race weekend, of the race meeting, turn 11, you have to nail that overtake absolutely perfectly. Because the first thing that happens is that it puts you on the back foot sometimes and nearly exposes you for an inside move through into turn 12 and onto the start-finish straight. Ragnar Virus has started to pick up the pace. And now the top 3, make that the top 4. Well, okay, let's look at it in this perspective. Top 7 covered by 2.9. So Shurko might be leading, however, with the pace that I've seen in previous times by Emils Akmans and Tomas Beerstins, that just goes as well as Ragnar Virus. There have been times when Shurko has been leading and then something has happened. I'm not going to expand on what that could be, but that could be a multitude of items. Well, Thomas Rotax has fully got the bit between his teeth. Currently running P8 in the 4:26 and has set the fastest lap of the race so far in this DD2 final. 42.295 seconds. And in the meantime, has not given in. He's got the chance now to get past Emils Akmans for that second place and then go Shirko hunting straight afterwards. Emils Akmans still trying to hold on to that second place. The Virtus is closing in, reeling in. The 4:54 from Latvia. Fastest lap of the race so far. Set after 13 laps. That's the driver in fourth position at the moment. Latvia's very own Tomas Birsins, 44.272. This could be the opportunity that Virus needs. Excuse me, because that time is very fastly running out. There's just over 4 minutes to go. Virus wants to get past Rotax. Maybe easier said than done. Now the battle for second, third and fourth really starting to intensify. Akmans, Virtus and Bersins pretty much line astern. Well, another new fastest lap has emerged, and it's not by Thomas Birsins. It's done by Rotax in the 4:26, who's just lit up the time screen purple with a 44.161. Along with that, there is a fight that's really starting to heat up. Two drivers getting their elbows out, one of which is Martins Vilkans, the other one is Martins Janovskis. But with 1:46 still to go, which two of these three drivers at the end of the day will head to the top step? Because now Maxim Shurko leads the way. Virus looking very, very racy. Gap is now 1.2 seconds and climbing. So 13 drivers started this race, 13 drivers still running in this race. But is Virus going to be able to, over the next lap and a bit, be able to send it one up the inside to go for second? Virstens is too far away to concern him with what might have been, what could have been, what should have been. But it is going to be one driver that's going to win it all very shortly, because we're going to go on to the penultimate lap. Well, for those wondering why haven't you shown enough of Aaron Allen, well, me neither. But the main thing is, you will find that there will be drivers that will come back. They'll come back kicking and screaming. They will be the ones that you really have to keep your eyes peeled for. But one more lap remains. It's the penultimate last lap of the day. And Shudko has a lead of 1.57 seconds. Maxim Shurko, despite dramas in final number 2, has effectively been the tour de force this weekend, and will make his way to the last corner very, very shortly. Shurko exit out of turn 9 and into 10. And it has been an untouchable performance for one particular racer. And the check it is out. Maxim Shurko wins the DD2 Superfinal ahead of Emil Zachmans. Ragnar Virus and Thomas Virstens round at the top 4. Edgars Vilkans, Thomas Rudokas. Niklas Vegvargas, Johan Vane, Andreas Umkarp and Loris Dennebergs round out the 11 that finished all 11 laps of racing. So I'll see you later. And we're not going to be videoing the podiums, are we? Good. Well, we come down to the final race of the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season for 2024, and also the final race of round 3 of the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania season here at Drif&Go in Siauliai in Lithuania. So, just a quick reminder of the calendar after we've got the race start underway, and also with regards to the respective Nordic-based calendars for 2024. But first things first, let's take you through the grid with regards to the DD2 Masters Superfinal. Well, it's been a clean day of sailing for Martinas Stankiewicz. He starts on pole position. Alongside him on the front row will be Prit Sai. Nicolas Mazinas will round out, or will start on the inside of row number 2. We'll have Rickard's Countings alongside on the second row. Econom, Odrias Kragas and Lucas Leonovicius will round out the 7 drivers, so no Argotan taking to the start. So the final race about to get underway into the tram lines. Red lights are out. We're going racing. One final time, and straight away Nicolas Mazinas gets through on Prit Sai up the inside of turn number 1. Stankiewicz leads the field. And the quartet at the front end very closely packed at the moment. With regards to Stankiewicz, Mazinas, Sai, and also Countings in the 509. So Stankiewicz trying to stride away early and get an initial lead over the rest of the opposition. But the battle for second, very much going to be a tightly contested one. Mazinas versus Prit Sai, and also Rickard's Countings. Now into turn 10 and 11 on what is now lap 2. We still have 12.5 minutes plus an additional lap of this race still to go. But after what is now, I think that's lap 3 in the books, Martinas Stankiewicz has a lead of over 1.2 seconds. The second, third and fourth, still very much are going to be hotly contested right up until the final lap of this race. Britsai is closing on in to Miklas Mezinas, with Richard Skalnzims not that far adrift in fourth position. Ekenorm and Lukas Lianovicius round out the top six. They're battling over fifth and sixth respectively, both tightly packed, but a little bit of a gap between them and Skalnzims, with Odrias Kragas last but by certainly no means least. At the minute, Martinas Stankovic has a lead of over 1.5 seconds. The two protagonists, Mezinas and Sai, still battling away over P2. It's been quite close between them for the majority of the meeting. But just looking at that drone shot through into turn 9, into 10, into the right at 11, you can just see how flowing, fast and technical this circuit here is at Drif&Go in Siauliai. So just a brief reminder for the calendars. So for Rotax Nordic for 2023, round 2 heads to Estonia, to Arvete, on the 26th and the 27th of July. Rotax at the 333 Baltic Circuit in Latvia will be the final round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic for 2023, the 16th and the 17th of August. Then for Rotax Lithuania, it's round 4 at Aukštadvaris for round 4 and round 5, 31st of July to the 8th of August for round 4. Round 5 will be the 21st to the 24th of August at Aukštadvaris. Jelgava in Latvia will be the final round on the 11th to the 14th of September. For Rotax Latvia, their next round will be Smiltene, round 2, the 21st to the 22nd of June, the 9th to the 10th of August at Rotax, which will be round 3. Round 4 will also incorporate the final round of the Rotax Nordic Challenge a week later, the 16th to the 17th. Jelgava will host the penultimate round on the 13th and the 14th of September, and 1 week later they'll crown their champions at Madwana on the 20th and the 21st of September. There will be live coverage of selected events over the course of the 2024 season for all three championships. But of course there will be some familiar voices that may be with you along for the ride. I can tell you now I will be, well, not necessarily present in body, but I will be out on the streams later on this year for the Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania and Rotax Max Challenge Latvia this season. And it is a real pleasure to know the people behind the scenes and get to work with them on a regular basis. And coming back here to Siauliai 12 months after my first ever trip to the Baltic states, irrespective of whether it was Lithuania, Latvia, Ragnar Virus, where is my invite to Estonia at one point in my life? Maybe it might never happen, I just don't know. I might need to give him a kick up the backside. But Stankovic storming away with it. Not put a foot wrong at all. Has probably done several thousand, if not maybe tens of thousands of laps around this circuit. But the way he just calmly gets on with the business at hand is just shown by how precise and how calculated he is behind that steering wheel on the 533 Birolart chassis. So Britsai has dropped a little bit further back from Miklas Mezinas. Gap last time was about close to 1.35 seconds, and he is now falling into the clutches. Seems to be struggling a bit. Here's Pritsai, because Rickard's Kalnzeems is less than half a second away off of the final step of the podium. So what happens now between Pritsai and Rickard's Kalnzeems could be very, very crucial. There's 5.5 minutes still to go, plus that all-important additional lap. I'm loving these drone shots. Drone shots are awesome. Drone shots are cool. Thank you, Edgars. And a big thank you to your team at No Limits for providing the live streaming all the way through today's action. They have been with us since about 7 o'clock this morning, getting all their gear up. We have to say a big thank you to them. A big we've got, well, you know what? I'm going to get the thank yous out of the way because we've got time to talk about it. A big thank you to all the teams, the drivers, the families, the supporters, all the personnel behind the scenes, from the marshalling crew, race direction, race control, stewards, timekeeping, administration. Also a big thank you to the 313 food trucks that we've had in the paddock. Wonderful food as always. And a big thank you to everybody that has been watching from home. Also a big thank you to Kartopart, that has been a big sponsor of this event. For all your karting needs, no matter what it might be, from a simple bolt and a washer that you might need, to maybe even a turnkey solution with regards to engine and chassis of your preferred choice. It really has been wonderful weather all the way through the day. Some rain in Siauliai city centre, a little bit further back, but that weather has not hit here yet. We've heard some rumblings of thunder in the background, but we have had dry conditions all day long. Even with the fact of having a couple of red flag race suspensions, it has not detracted from the fact that karting is a glorious and wonderful sport. There's thrills, there's spills, there's high drama, there's great, fantastic side-by-side, wheel-to-wheel action. And here in Siauliai, after 12 months, an increase of over a third of the numbers we had here 12 months ago. We had about 100 drivers this year, 151 drivers from a multitude of different nations, including the United Kingdom, have ventured to this circuit here. Around 210 kilometers southeast of the capital city of Lithuania, Vilnius, which I had the pleasure alongside Martinas and his wonderful wife Eglė Tankevicius, who took me out to breakfast and showed me some of the wonderful sights in Vilnius city centre. But Martinas just pounding the laps as he does. Again, just showcasing the talent that he has behind the wheel. As I said, he's a passionate, emotional individual, very forward-thinking, always tells you like it is, no matter whether you might like it or you might not. His opinion is always one worth listening to when you get the opportunity, and to have got knowing that individual over the last couple of years or so, and some of his friends within the respective communities within Latvia, Estonia, and of course his home nation right here in Lithuania. It is a real treat. There is Marius Vazinas in second. Pritsai still rounding out the top 3 positions. And, well, he's gotten a little bit further away from Rickard's Kalnzeems in the last couple of laps or so. So Kalnzeems still trying to give chase. But Vazinas, well, tried to go for the win early in the race. And Tankevicius just has had the measure of these drivers. 1 minute and 15 plus an additional lap to go as pack-up very much is underway here at the circuit. Everyone will be looking forward to getting home to their loved ones after this race weekend. even though we finish on a Saturday. This will be people travelling home tomorrow and on Monday, myself included. But it is going to be next time around for Martina Stankiewicz. There is Rotax Max in the 5:09, making his way into turn 8 and 9. So 2 laps remain, and Stankiewicz comes out of the final corner. 2 to go here in Siauliai for the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season. Of course, the 26th and the 27th of July, we head to Aravete in Estonia, and then the 16th to the 17th of August, the final round takes place at the 333 Baltic Circuit in Rotax in Latvia. 3, 2, 1, that is it. Time has expired for the last race of this opening round of the season as Martina Stankiewicz makes his way through turn 10, now 11. Another driver that has made the clean sweep. The first one to do it was Jokubas Vaskelis. The last one to do it this weekend, Martina Stankiewicz. Clean sweeps the weekend, having only taken part in warm-up this morning, qualifying, and then all 3 races. He finishes ahead of Marius Mazinas in second position. Pritsai from Estonia rounds out the top 3. Rotax Max takes 4th at the flag. But there is the last person to win a final, a super final, here in Siauliai. It is going to be the case that Stankiewicz jumps up and down in the seat. I actually got ahead of myself. I actually called the finish 1 lap early. You see, it's been a long week for a long day for everybody, myself included, but Stankiewicz takes the win. Mazinas will take second position. Pritsai and Rotax Max ran out the top 4. Let's have a look at your results. Stankiewicz wins ahead of Mazinas, Pritsai, Rotax Max, Lukas Leonovicius, Ignor and Audrius Kragas, who is just coming out of the final corner as we speak and will cross the line, I think, very shortly. And Argo Tam not taking the start. But that rounds out our coverage here on YouTube for the opening round of the 2024 Rotax Max Challenge Nordic season. Here, a big thank you to Drif&Go and the whole team at the circuit in Siauliai in Lithuania. We're going to get on and get ready for our podium celebrations. But don't forget, you can catch everything with regards to Rotax Max Challenge Lithuania, Rotax Max Latvia and Nordic, all on social media. So on behalf of everybody, my name's Alex Goldschmidt. If in doubt, race hard, race fair. But if in doubt, you need to go for it. Give it a go. You never know what you might find. See you next time. Thanks for watching. Good night.